No, you better not speak. I'm supposed to speak for 90 years old today. I know, we'll call one of those in Mexico. In Mexico, whatever they are. I mean, what's that? I mean, I wasn't. Okay, let me get you. Oh, after that. So, I can't. Okay, hey, there's somebody start. I gotta get somewhere and come back. Everywhere I go, I'll never be up. You know,
regulations is resident of city of Flint. That's the qualifications. Not no water bill paid.
The time is now 4:47, and the Special Affairs Committee meeting is now called to order. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Stand up to your walls.
Mr. Mays.
Present.
Ms. Lewis? Present. Mr. Murphy is not in. Ms. Preistly is not in. Ms. Winfrey-Carter? Present. Ms. Burns? Present. Mushatt? Present. Mr. Phifer?
Present.
Ms. Worthing is not in. You have 6 members present? We have 6 members present. Any requests for changes and or additions to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah, I would like to see the closed session go and the resolution.
Okay. Closed session after resolution. Okay. Any more? It looks like there's a typo. This is $17.99, but the title's
Resolution added to the agenda. At the time we do all the other resolutions. I want it as an add-on resolution.
okay. So you're saying that you want add-on resolution number 1 to go with the rest of the resolution?
Yes.
Okay. Any specific place with the rest of the resolution?
Well, it can go in there with the rest of the resolutions, and it can be the add-on the last resolution.
Okay. So, Madam Clerk, this is the closed session, so both, okay. So add it on. All right. Any more changes to the agenda? Okay, so we're looking to, I would like to drop resolution 230310 without objection.
Let me look and see what it is. What is
That
that?
is the ARPA funding award, neighborhood engagement, impacts on the pandemic on blight, and this is per administration.
I'd like to discuss that, so I would object to this drop.
And then the last one is for Resolution 230312. And per administration, we can ask to postpone to the executive committee. So resolution 230312, the second resolution.
What is the executive committee?
To executive session, excuse me.
Is it if I may, is it an executive closed session proposed on this agenda for that?
1 second, Madam Clerk. I think I may have transcribed that wrong. Could you clarify?
230312, it just needs to be separated, and then they were asking that it be postponed back to government ops.
Postpone to government out?
Yeah, so it can just be separated from the.
Got it.
So if I may,
Go ahead.
so it would stay on the agenda and it would be a request for separation.
Correct. Yes, that's correct. All right, so far we have a total of 3. Any more changes or additions to the, and also I would like to add a 10-minute special order for RX Kids. And I would like for that to go, if possible, right before resolution.
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
I have no objection to the 10-minute special order, but I've heard discussion from this council about special orders coming at the end of the agenda. If you want to request it at the end of the agenda, based upon the council rules, I would have no objections, but if you try to move it around until we fix that rule, I will object.
Okay, so we'll put it right before the closed session. All right, any more? Alrighty then. So we have ordered all of the additions to the agenda without objection.
Point of order.
Mr. Phifer.
I object to the special order.
Okay, not a problem. All right, so the chair will entertain a motion to vote in sequence for all proposed agenda changes.
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Mr. May, what's your point?
That would only be the 2 that was objected to, wouldn't it? You could order the rest of them without objection, the ASME local, the closed session. Those wasn't objected to. Only 2 was objected.
Correct, so I'm gonna go ahead and vote for them all.
Beg your pardon?
Correct, so we're just gonna vote on all of them. All right, so now we're voting on the first closed session, which is the executive session for the Wade opener for the local 1799. We're voting to move this after we complete resolutions. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point,
There's, sorry,
Point
there's
of
no
order.
motion been made. No one's made a motion.
do we need a motion?
I'm so sorry. Is there a motion?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays?
Yeah, I mean, you could order them without objection, but I'll move that the closed session go after the resolution, so moved.
All right, is there a second?
Madam Chair, I second that.
Is it moved and properly seconded by Ms. Barnes? Madam Clerk?
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
I abstain.
Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushatt?
Yes.
Mr. Phifer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 6 yes, 2 no, 1 abstention. The closed session for 1799 will be after resolutions, after 230316. The next one, the chair will entertain a motion for adding the closed session add-on number 1, right after closed session, right after the executive session.
Madam Chair,
Mr. May.
if I may make my motion, the add-on number 1 would be added to resolutions, whether it's postponed, acted on, or till after the closed session. We can do that at that time. But my separation and my intent was to add-on number 1 to resolutions, and I so moved.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That change was made with the other changes, and it was ordered without objection. That wasn't objected to.
She wouldn't order it without it.
The add-on number 1, she did.
I attempted to do both, so I just went ahead and just had a vote on all of them, so since the entire body's here.
She didn't have to, but that's what she did, you know.
So, add-on number 1 will be the last resolution. And this, I'm trying to be clear, because this is what Mr. Mays proposed. He proposed that this add-on number 1 be the last resolution. Is that correct?
Madam Chair, I made a motion to add it on to resolutions, and, you know, you had stated the motion that you wanted to add it after the executive session. I'm saying my motion is to add it to resolutions. If we have to go into closed session, when we get to it, we can postpone it to after closed session. Proper place for it is resolutions. So my motion was to add it to resolutions, and I so moved.
So it'll be the last resolution. Add-on number 1 will be the last resolution. Okay, is there a second to that motion? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushatt?
Yes.
Mr. Phifer? Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 9 yes, 0 no.
The vote is 9 yes, 0 no. The add-on has been added. And then number 3, the chair will entertain a motion to drop resolution 230310. And here's no more? Okay, any support? All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy?
Yes.
Ms. Priestley?
Yes.
Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
No.
Ms. Burns?
No.
Ms. Mushatt?
Yes.
Mr. Phifer? Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
No.
Ms. Lewis.
Yes.
Vote is 6 yes, 3 no.
The vote is 6 yes, 3 no. Resolution 230310 has been dropped. The last change of agenda, the chair would like to entertain a motion to give our kids a 10-minute special order. The chair will entertain a motion.
Request for information.
What's your request?
The motion is going to include the placement of that as well, correct?
It can, sure. So at the end of the, right at the end of the agenda, so we are looking at right before we go into executive session.
Madam Chair,
Ms.
I
Ware.
make that motion.
All right, thank you. Any support? Supported by Ms. Mushatt. All right, roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushatt?
Yes.
Mr. Phifer? Ms. Worthing?
Yes.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
Yes.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no.
Vote is 7 yes, 2 no. Our kids will have 10 minutes at the, right before we go into executive session. All right, so going down the agenda, closed executive session has been moved to the end. Now it's time for public speaking. Any public speakers?
Yes, ma'am. I'm R.L. Mitchell. As for the record,
Madam Chair, Dr.
Lewis, it's September 9th, 9/11. We the people of Flint finna pick up where we left off at, like Bit Latin said he'll be back and take care, where we gonna take care of that truck fellow for messing up the city, and him and his goons for messing up Washington. Over this, like the opera money, we gotta take care of the opera money before September run out. If we don't take care of business and one of y'all guys get up and break up the forum, we can take care of business tonight, but I see the Brady Bunch is back already, voting 6-2 in already. You Brady Bunch generation, and the school teachers leading the pack. I hope she didn't bring a pistol with her and all that. Anyway, Tarzan, welcome back. I can't call the name, you know who I'm talking about. The president with them looking like Superman, Clark Kent. But anyway, like I say, and third ward people be disappearing, and they said the last time they saw a little fella 5'4", he was with me, but I told the black girl, and they know the guy, they said, look at it this way, Mitchell, he's a short fella, and look at you, you're a big fella, they come out on you, they won't mess with you, but he ain't a little stature. See, so they act like this goon squad out there snatching people, and they're making me look like I'm involved, and don't know what the FBI don't know how to get the people who snatching jockeys and stuff like that guy. School teacher and Superman, Clark Kent looking like they innocent and stuff, and fail. The public Dustin Bay is talking like he can't talk back to the white people and stuff, and y'all looking like, in the little jockey chair, in the fifth ward, after the terrorists already
Thank you, Mr.
burning up over on Saginaw Street and making
Thank you,
Greenfield
Mr.
in the
Mitchell,
fifth
for
ward,
that.
the white stand down the bottom and make it, who y'all think of?
Mr. Mitchell.
No.
Next public speaker, please.
Doug Matthews, 1520 Linwood Avenue. Some claim Ladell Lewis is the big bad wolf, snatching candy from babies. They even want to suspend her from counsel for 6 months with no reliable evidence. I don't know Dr. Lewis personally, but I do know about sociologists and academics. Sociologists improve our society through their deep understanding of societal dynamics and community needs. Earning a PhD, like Dr. Lewis, demands years of advanced study and rigorous research, as well as impressive dedication. In the absence of reliable evidence, it's just not credible that someone so passionate about sociology and its demanding curriculum could possibly be the big bad wolf. Still, bad wolves are circling tonight, so I wrote a poem, and I call it Bad Wolves and Sociologists. Bad wolves on the one side, sociologists on the other. Don't mix them up. They don't go together. Big bad wolf is accusations he howls, spewing out fears and falsity crowds. But sociologists, educated and wise, improve our society with no deceptive disguise. Bad mama wolves making unfounded claims. They accuse with no evidence, playing mind games. But sociologists, dedicated and wise, improve our society, truth in their eyes. Big bad wolves have been just always in sight, seeking clicks and cash payments, not doing what's right. But sociologists, dedicated and wise, improve our society with no hidden lies. Bad mama wolves, angel stings, through hysterical claims their insecurity rings. But sociologists, dedicated and wise, improve our society, our communities rise. Bad ones and sociologists, don't be confused. It's clear where ethics and purpose are fused.
Thank you, Mr. Matthews. Next public speaker, please.
To the presiding officer and to the council people, so glad to see a full house tonight in the big house. You that were not here last week, you missed the treat. We didn't have no punch and cookies for you, but you still missed the treat. The money. Money make people act funny. Money act people make funny. I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired. Well, first of all, I didn't tell you who I was. Reverend Freelon Brelkel, 214 East Pulaski, here in the city of Flint. But I'm sick and tired of being sick and tired of seeing ducks eat up the corn. Ducks eating up the corn. And we, as citizens of Flint, taxpayers, we are not receiving our share. Even the UAW says taxation without representation is a terrible theory. So I'm asking you, I've been pleading to you, let's get our act together. We all here, you look good up there. All this facility look good with our taxpayers' money. But it's time for you all to stop playing games. Grow up. If you can't stand the heat in the kitchen, hit the road, Jack. Turn loose that money, make you act funny. But we need our money, and it's time to take care of business. You are intelligent people. God bless you.
Next public speaker.
Hi, my name is Gerri, and we've been out for the petition for Ladell Lewis to be removed from office. So far, I'm over 300 petitions over what we need, and I'm so happy. And I'm coming for you on your people working.
Next public speaker, please.
Being a councilman, my name is Linda Foley, and I live in the 9th Ward. I want to talk to you about Resolution 230310, which the administration is dropping, but since you are going to discuss it, I would like to offer my remarks. That is the resolution allocating funds to the neighborhood engagement hub for certain things that they did not apply for. I request that council reject this resolution unanimously. Our reasons are as follows. First, the resolution proposes equality of expenditures among wards and not equity. Everyone in the city knows that the need for neighborhood cleanups varies widely from neighborhood to neighborhood, and some wards have a greater need for these services than others. Second, this proposal allocates only half of the $1,200,000 council allocated to neighborhood cleanup in October of 2022. There is no proposal to allocate the remaining amounts. Third, the proposal allocates funds to the neighborhood engagement hub that exceeds the amount they applied for, and that are in addition to the projects they 3, 6, and 8, without any description of the work to be accomplished. This could be unnecessary, probably is, because in response to the NOFO, other community groups submitted applications that specified services to the omitted ward or citywide. Fifth, the council allocation in the revenue replacement category allocates $30,000 ward priorities to each ward. This proposal suggests that in each ward, 1/3 of that allocation is to be spent on neighborhood cleanup, probably without consultation with council. That is enough reasons, though there are more. Please reject this proposal unanimously. Thank you.
Next public speaker, please.
Claire McClinton, Second Ward. I'm here tonight to talk on two issues. One is we have asked, several members of the community have asked that council provide an additional $16 million for home rehabilitation and repair. That should have been one of the first things ARPA money was spent on. And we are beyond concerned that Ashley Capital can come in here and get 3.2 snap, snap, snap. And we still waiting. And you only gave a little more than that for rehab and rehabilitation for the whole city. That doesn't make any sense. And don't think we don't know that there's only one entity standing between we the people and our money. One thing, Flint City Council. That's it. Not the mayor, not the non-profits, and none of them. It's you that's standing between us and our money. And we understand that. We understand that. So again, we need 16 million, which is very marginal. 16 million additional dollars. And another thing, we're not going to fall into the trap of pitting one neighborhood of needs against another. We all need help. We're not saying this neighborhood shouldn't get it. We're saying we all need help. Now the second thing, and I ain't got but 10 seconds, Thursday night, there could be a major UAW strike in our community, and I hope that the council will step forward and support the workers of this community. Thank you.
Next public speaker. Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell, there's no yelling out. And also, that goes to, for the rest of the audience, want to make sure that we have the quorum so we can hear our speakers. You only can speak when you have the floor. If you would like to speak, please utilize the lectern for public speaking. Thank you.
All right. Benton Harbor, when they received their funds, and they've been spent them, I'm going to repeat myself, been spent them over a year ago. Category that they gave money to. I'm not going to say the dollar amount. Utility assistance, water, gas, and electric. Home improvements. Internet access, neighborhood improvement, vacant lot cleanup, alley cleanup, park safety improvement, block clubs, youth improvement cleanups, public safety works improvements, and the camera system. I ain't seen nowhere in there take care of nonprofits. Nowhere in there take care of nonprofits. Been telling y'all, write a resolution up and help the people. All you doing is flying and crying and crying. From day one, it was when Eric made, I'm gonna say it again, when Eric made the resolutions to give the city of Flint employees $5,000, all y'all excuses were thrown out of the window. I want to help the people. You don't want to help the people because you ain't wrote nothing to help the people. Change the language on whatever y'all finna approve to where you eliminate qualifications, and if you leave qualifications in there, resident of Flint with need, not a resident whose water bill is paid up. And as a matter of fact, to be very honest, because of the regulations,
And thank you, Mr.
I'm gonna say
Jones.
this.
No,
I'm gonna say
Jones.
this.
Thank
Throw
you.
me out if you
Thank
want
you.
to, but I'm going to say this.
Thank you.
I'm going to say this.
So, next public speaker, please.
I'm going to say this.
Mr. Metcalf, could you please escort Mr. Jones
I'm going to
out?
say this.
Thank you, Mr.
When
Jones.
you use the word regulations, the people that need the help
Mr.
the most
Jones,
are the ones
you
that do
received
not
your
receive it.
minutes.
Thank you.
you. What is your point?
Madam Chair, you have to give him a warning first. Do not give him a warning.
Point of order. Point of order.
What is your point?
Yeah, that ain't how it works. You don't call the police to escort him out because he went over. You give a warning. It's a process. We can appeal your decision, so forth and so on. So we need to move on and let that go. And if somebody want to appeal or whatever you need to do, but just be cool a little bit with the public.
So, per council rules, council does not have to allow, you're not allowed to wrap
Point of
up.
order, Madam Chair.
What rule has been broken, Mr.
My
Mayor?
point of order is that when that clock hit 2 minutes, if it's 1 to 2 to 3 seconds over, and people talking and you interrupt them, whatever you decide to do, I'm gonna appeal it whether I win, lose, or draw. We need to move on. We all got sense in here.
Mr. Mays, that's an improper point of order. According to council rules, the council does not have to allow anyone to wrap up, including public as well as council members. What is your point, Mr. Mays?
A point of order is a calling of a technicality, and it's not a minor tech, it's a major tech. When you get with the public and want them throughout, almost arrested and removed, that's major. Now, if you want to read the rule, what a point of order is, I've been sitting here for 9 or 10 years. You can talk out that mic to anybody you want, but when you talk to me, when you fool around with the public to try to get them arrested, it ain't a minor breach. For me, it's a major breach. So when you
Mr. Mays, your point of order is denied. I'm going to take exception to that. And I'm going to call a point of order. It's not a minor breach. It's a major breach.
We don't have to scare the public and sick the police on the public in a civilized meeting. For years we said, wrap up. When Pastor Threlkill went a few seconds over, he made people don't have to be scared to come up here and speak and be intimidated and harassed by a chairperson. I don't care what the majority of this council do on this appeal. It takes 5 votes to overturn the ruling of a chair or a dictator. I'm going to ask and request that you be more polite to these people. Some of them ain't never been here before. And that ain't how we want to operate in this house. And so I'm going to ask you to be polite. You tell them to wrap up. Now, he did go a little over, but at the same time, as soon as that clock hit, you interrupted. Yeah. You didn't have folks come up here, read poems, snapping their finger, all kind of stuff. And I done watched you. Not just this meeting, I done watched you, depending on what people say. So whatever the majority of this council do on this appeal, I'm not going to let you say fooling around with the public is a minor previous major.
For the record, Mr. Mays, please silence your cell phone. Anyone else would like to speak?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns?
when you are chairing, the whole vibe has just been completely off. You've been absent for the last 2. It is a nice consideration to just say, hey, please wrap up. I've seen you do that with people that you like. And I've seen how you do it with people who you don't care for. But you should not be weaponizing the police against the residents. You should not be weaponizing the police against the residents. They waited for you. You were almost 20 minutes late start this meeting. People can't get that time back. You don't have time. So when you talk about, being fair, and you're not fair, let these people, if people are here talking about ARPA funds, the community needs help, let them speak. You couldn't hear them last week because you weren't here. You couldn't hear them the week before that because you were absent. You're now here. He may want you to hear what he has to say. You're now here. Don't weaponize the police. Don't do that. That's just not fair. That's not a way to start a meeting. You move like a dictator, like a tyrant, and it's terrible. You will issue out warnings to anybody for anything except your own behavior. You do it every single time. So you need to be fair. Let that energy be positive. This meeting started off, you came in, you asked for 23010, where you put in for Cyrus Park to be dropped, which was on that. When you put in for your own organization to receive money. You had 6 people who agreed to have that drop, which should have been discussed. So when you talk about what's fair, that wasn't fair. These people came, let's be polite, let's be respectful to them, and don't move like a tyrant. Be fair to these people. They're being fair to you. No one came in here and yelled at you because you put Cyrus Park in to get $50,000 and didn't disclose it to anybody. You come this week to have it.
Point of order. That is not true.
Well, we didn't,
That's an invalid point of order.
That's correct.
I think that.
And you should warn yourself.
I'll warn myself.
Say what?
I'll warn myself.
Well, then
I'll give my, Mr. Mays.
Point of order.
What's your point?
That's your first warning. One more, and then you should be left up and sorted out of the meeting. So you warning yourself. We're gonna keep track of that.
So thank you, Mr. Mays. Yep, valid point. You are using a valid point of order. So definitely, I will warn myself. And so, proceed, Ms. Burns.
Thank you. So when you talk about being fair, you often have, when you chair, your meetings are unruly and out of order. Be fair to the audience. Let them wrap up. It's been a long time. Flint has had a water crisis. We had a pandemic. Let them wrap up. It doesn't take but a few seconds. It's just a few seconds just to tolerate, listen, and then move on. But when we got into this appeal, it's taking more time now to go to the appeal than would have taken for him to have 10 seconds or 15 seconds to wrap up. And you do this every time. You don't want it to get into this, but then you try to make a point, and now we're into an appeal because you want to throw the audience out.
Yes.
Again, I know you're watching my time, so you can tell me when I'm done. But let these people wrap up, and let's be fair. They waited for you, you were late.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Worthy?
I really hope that this council remembers decorum and that we should stay germane to the subject at hand. I heard a lot of words like tyrant and dictator. I find that to be not good language in a professional meeting. I'm sure we can find other words to use to express displeasure, but labeling someone a dictator and a tyrant over enforcing a rule is extreme. And I am tired of extremism. It's extreme to take a ruling and then start screaming about it because you don't like it. It's in the rules. Ms. Lewis has stopped every single speaker in the last many meetings, I can't remember how many, when the bell or the time goes off, just to be fair. Because some people wrap up for 5 minutes. Some people wrap up for 2 seconds. So the wrap up wasn't being fair. So I've noticed that she has just said when time is done, it's over. And that way there's no discrepancy. The bell goes off, no one says another word. I'm good with that. It's in the rules and just to maintain order. So when a speaker is told that their time is over, they have another opportunity to speak, they can come back. No one was weaponizing the police. It was just to keep order. He's still here. Mr. Metcalf wasn't going to arrest him. She just needed assistance in getting him off the podium. So I would like us, again, to please remain professional and let's just get this job done. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Worthing. Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Is there any way that if someone is speaking, so say you give them 2 minutes at 1:45, is there any way that you can set the bell to where the bell go off in advance of that 2 minutes to tell them they got 15 seconds to wrap up? No. Mr. Jones, come up here. You've been coming to city council meetings for a long time. You know the protocol of speaking for the podium, so he's not a new person coming before the podium.
Request information,
What is your request?
but through you, Mr. Murphy, to the speaker, you and Ms. Ladell Lewis both know he been the one getting them signatures on her RICO. Could that be a factor?
Mr. Mays, let's not, hold on real quick, Mr. Murphy. Let's not utilize the floor. And
Point of order.
What is your point?
My request is to the speaker, not to you. That's the rule. And so you could get your second warning for answering my request for information to the speaker. You want to give yourself your second warning for intervening in that? Or you need to
Mr. Mays, you cannot use the floor for privileged motion outside of what's being discussed.
Point of
Thank
order.
you. What is your point?
I didn't use it to take the floor. I asked a legitimate question to the speaker, and you done jumped in it and you out of order. I'm being nice, because if I appeal, that's your second warning. You got to stay out of some of that.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. And to answer your question to you, do you also know that Mr. Jones is one of the ones that's living in one of the homes that you pulled out of the 18 homes that have not paid taxes in how many years. So therefore, he's living in a house that you pulled that they don't pay taxes on and ain't paying taxes. So when he come...
Request for information.
What is your request?
Mr. Murphy, do you know it takes 5 council votes to pull a house? I couldn't pull nothing by myself.
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
So you asked the question, so I wanted to respond to you in the same question that you asked.
And request
let you understand. Do you know that when you hit the poll?
What is your request?
Did you really want me to answer the question about your accusation of me pulling a house, or did you really want me not to answer it and let your comment that was false stand?
Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
You brought up the question about him doing a recall, so I wanted to refresh your memory too, to make sure you remember that he been living in the house that they ain't paying taxes in, because you pulled that house out of the 18 houses.
Request for information, then I'm gonna leave it alone. My request is we pull 12 to 18 houses in a pilot project. So you mad because he is one of them?
Mr. Mays, that is your warning for violating Rule 26.2.
I'm gonna appeal the ruling of the chair.
That is fine. That is fine.
Your job is to ask.
Mr. Mays, you don't have the floor.
Point of order.
Mr. Mays, you don't have the floor.
Point of order.
Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
Your job is to ask if there a second. Now that's the third violation. You should be out of this meeting.
Mr. Mays, you did not have the floor. You cannot talk about
Point
the
of
floor.
order gets the floor.
Your point of order.
Is that you failed to ask if there a
Mr. Mays, you do not have the floor.
On a warning.
Mr. Mays, you do not have the floor. So as we go into the second
Point of order.
what is your point?
When you don't recognize a point of order, you out of order. You keep telling me I don't have the floor, and I done said point of order 3 to 4, 5 times. All talking should cease. You should ask what's my point. My point was your job was to ask if there a second to my appeal to get a warning. You have not done none of that. This would be your second time out of order, turning this meeting into chaos, and you should be out the door.
So as we
Warn yourself a second
so
time.
as Mr. Mays,
Point
Mr. Mays,
of order.
point of order denied. So as we go
Point
to
of
this,
order denied. Your job is to ask what's my point.
you
Point
already
of
stated
order. Point of order.
What is your point?
You are refusing repeatedly to give yourself your second warning and head out the door.
As we're proceeding to go into Mr. Mays' second, because he called a point of order, he called an appeal on his first warning. We're getting there. 26. So is there a second to Mr. Mays' appeal for him violating the rule 26.2?
Madam Chair, I second that.
All right, so second by Ms. Byrne. So that's the second
Point of
appeal.
order, Madam Chair.
What is your point?
It shouldn't take all this fussing and howling for me to keep you in order.
Mr. Mays, what rule
Point
has been
of
broken?
order.
What rule
Let
has
me
been
make
broken?
my point of order. If you gonna cause this much chaos and stay out of order, and I got to keep telling you, you should have your second warning and should be out of the door. So you was
Point of order denied. Mr. Mays, we're trying to go on with the
I
meeting.
feel that ruling.
Is there a second to his appeal?
I support.
Okay. So, and your appeal is that
You have reached order 2, 3 times. Won't give yourself the second warning, trying to hold on to that chair, and you should already be out of the door. You're causing chaos.
chaos is seconded by Ms. Byrne. Okay, so we're going to go ahead back to our first appeal. Anyone else to speak in the first appeal? Anyone speak on the first appeal?
Mr. Murphy still has the floor.
Thank you. Mr. Murphy?
So my point is, I understand the wrap up with the speaker, but his intention really wasn't to wrap up, in my opinion. It was to continue on with his statement just because his 2 minutes was up. Had he was just wrapping up because that's what he was trying to do, I'm down with it. And I'm down with if somebody 2 minutes is past the 2 minutes and okay, we're giving them a little 5 or 10 seconds, but his, in my opinion, his intention wasn't, and it's personal with what is going on with this situation. I don't want to get involved in it, but he been coming here long enough. He knows what 2 minutes is. 2 minutes is 2 minutes. And if, I mean, it is what it is. Unless y'all want to change the rules and say people got 30 seconds to wrap up after the 2 minutes. I'm done.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else would like to speak on this issue?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mushatt.
And Mr. Murphy, I hear what you're saying, but we can't, I mean, we all can't sit here and say that Mr. Jones is, urged to finish what he was saying is personal. I don't think he was being malicious or anything like that. But I do feel like the chair, and any chair, should give the residents a chance to wrap up before we rudely interrupt them. Just give the residents latitude. The residents are the reason that you sit in your seat. And we want them to engage in the process. No one should feel threatened when they come to this chamber. This chamber is for the residents. So, and I hear what everyone's saying, but the residents come first. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Anyone? Mr. Phifer.
This is a joke. We are going to waste an hour because of a 12-second wrap. This is why there's YouTube or TikTok or whatever else is, because of this right here. This is an hour that we're going to waste with all of these appeals and discussions for 10, 12 seconds to wrap up. I don't even know what to say. This is a damn joke. And Mr. Murphy, I hear what you're saying. I do. But he wasn't personally attacking him, but he was speaking about art.
Yes, he was.
So, no, but you said he was personal with him. But he wasn't addressing the council person. He was addressing us as a body, speaking of art. So, whether or not we want to, the clock and all of this chambers is new. If he was addressing us this way, he can't see those things to know exactly where he's at. There isn't a TV right here. So if he's truly at that lectern, looking at us, and us looking at the people the way that they want us to acknowledge them, they can't see that clock. They need a TV right behind these TVs. So for us on our second meeting, to throw the gauntlet or to throw the hammer down and I don't necessarily think that she ever said, come remove him from the meeting. She just wanted to bring order back. So there's a conflict there, but to not have a 12-second wrap-up and to have now an hour delay, disappointed, highly disappointed.
Yeah. What about candice speak up, sir?
Madam Chair, I just
Ms.
want to,
Chair.
because I know one of our colleagues stated earlier that everybody is not familiar with the rules, right? Me being new, still familiarizing myself with the rules. So all I want to do is read 29.7 for everyone. Because y'all keep saying 29 point whatever, 26 point whatever, but they are not sitting out there with the same tools that we have in our hands. So 29, per Council Rule 29.7, any person speaking at a council meeting may be called to order by the president or any council member for failure to be germane, for vulgarity, or for speaking in excess of the allotted time. So taking into consideration that the time is the time, and then also what Mr. Phifer said of they do not have a screen before them. I'm not sure, I don't know what they're, do you all have a screen right there where you can see the time? Okay, so they do have screens where they can see the time. You can see it from the lectern, correct? Okay. So, I mean, and the one thing that I will say with this is when we are asking people to wrap up, I definitely want us to be careful. I don't believe the police was weaponized. However, I do want us to be careful with how that looks and how that feels for someone that is frustrated and expressing themselves. I would also urge everyone to know that the time is the time, and I think the beautiful thing about this being special affairs is that Mr. Jones does have a chance to come up and speak during council. I don't recall hearing you say from Mr. Metcalf for Officer Metcalf to put him out, but again, let's just everybody be easy. The time is the time, and then also let's not make the residents feel as though we do not want to hear from them, but at the same time, everybody respect the time.
Thank you. So, anyone else would like to speak on the appeal? Anyone else? So, with that being said, I'll be the last one to speak. Unfortunately, some people call the way that I chair a dictatorship. But what I do, I enforce the rules that was voted on by this body. This body voted to have public speaking being at 2 minutes. And after the 2 minutes, no one is allowed, including council, the time to wrap up after their allotted time to speak. So, one time I did that, it was in the dome. People, they began to, Madam Chair, let me wrap up. I gave someone 5 seconds. That 5 seconds turned into 30 seconds. But still, it was under the guise of let the person wrap up. I was in violation of council rules on that day. And so I say that I will not afford people the opportunity to wrap up. It is all of our duties to pay attention to our time. When we're speaking, I have 2 minutes and 12 seconds left. I respect that. After my 2 minutes is off, I'm going to stop talking. And that is the rule. And so we encourage and we want everyone to follow the rules. There are no respective person. So unfortunately, we have colleagues to attack, to violate Robert rules that say that they are, that they know our motives. That's Robert rules was at 4:30. They must never attack or make any illusions of the motives of members. Unfortunately, this body does that, and we get off track. We're not here to get on track. That's why all of our speakings are timed. It is your responsibility to take a look at the clock and make sure you're within the boundaries. So our council rule says public speaking is 2 minutes. If you're after 2 minutes, then you will be told that that is your time and you'll be asked to have a seat. Unfortunately, Mr. Jones, he is a frequenter of our meetings. He knows the rules. Mr. Jones invited me to have the police come up here and escort him because he was going to say what he wanted to say regardless. And so I didn't tell Metcalf to come and arrest him. We needed him removed from the lectern so we can have our next speaker. This is not a dictatorship. One thing that I do, I go by these rules that was voted on by your city council. If you all have a problem with the 2 minutes and the no wrap up, please contact your local council person so when it's time for the rules, they won't abstain. Because those that have a problem with the rules, they abstained and didn't vote for them. So I will be fair with everyone. If my mother hit the lectern, she's over 2 minutes, mama sit down. That's the way this works. So with that being said, a yes vote will overturn the ruling of the chair, and a no vote will sustain the ruling of the chair. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Winfrey-Carter.
Yes.
Ms. Burns.
Yes.
Ms. Mushatt?
No.
Mr. Phifer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Vote is 4 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 4 yes, 5 no. That appeal died, so now we're moving on to the second appeal. The second appeal was Mr. Mays kept abusing requests for information. And so, Mr. Mays, you may speak on your appeal. Oh, and he was issued a warning. Mr. Mays, you may speak.
I'm glad you said that. I appeal the warning. But, you know, y'all can look and listen to me any way you want, but it's thousands of people looking, and I want them to know. I want them to know. And I want you to know. The Lord moves in certain ways. If these majority gonna be sticklers for the rules, when we get to the resolution to remove Ms. Lewis and Mr. Murphy, will they stick with the rules? That's gonna be the question. All of the folks that's up here that's sticklers to the rules, whether it's 12 seconds, the Lord laid the table out. Yeah. See, I don't mind getting the first warning and can't get 5 votes from the majority to overturn. But she in her second warning. If she get it by the majority who is sticklers for the rules, she would be gone from this meeting. If the rules say you can't take money, gifts, and lawnmowers from people who you gotta vote $72 million for, that's what the charter say, that's the bigger rule. Then the majority who are sticklers for these rules, as it relates to 12 seconds and Mr. Jones and warnings to me, should vote to suspend them for 6 months, 90 days. Remember, they sticklers for the rules. And the rules just don't apply to me, Rich Jones. They apply to Mr. Murphy and Ladell Lewis. Here they done took money, gifts, gratuities, and didn't recuse themselves from a vote for $72 million on the Buick project. It's called corruption. It could be turned over to the FBI. And here, they want to be sticklers for rules, but I'm going to watch Candice mushatt, Judy Preistly, Eva Worthy, and the sticklers for the rules. I'm going to watch Ladell Lewis and Quincy Murphy themselves. They call themselves throwing me out for 30 days for a rule violation. Now here we go. They done violated the rules. And the majority is voting publicly as it relates to that. The Lord moves in funny ways.
Anyone else like to speak on this appeal? Anyone else? Mr. Phifer?
Yeah, I don't know what this appeal is, but I want to clean up the misinformation. We voted on 3 minutes. There's nothing about public speaking in 2 minutes in these rules. So we're putting that on the record. There's no 2 minutes for public speaking. We voted for 3 minutes. That's the only 3 minutes in this that we voted on. So we keep talking about voting for 2 minutes for public speaking. That is a false statement. It's supposed to be 3 minutes.
What is your request?
Mr. Phifer, to the speaker, are you telling me all this to do about 2 minutes really should have been 3 minutes anyway? Is that your point?
Madam Clerk. So just for verification. And Mr. Phifer, can you tell us where you're from, then?
There's only one section that addresses public speaking, and that is 29.5, and it also addresses
Point of order.
29.3.
Point of order.
And what was the other one?
Point of order.
Mr.
Madam
Phifer.
Chair.
What's your point?
My point of order is to you. He said what he had to say. Are you doing a request for information, or what are you doing? Because we deal with this later if the point is the point. This is the appeal on you giving me a warning. Did you do a request for information for Mr. Phifer?
As the chair, I'm asking Mr. Phifer a question. So what was the second?
Point of order. It's called a request for information. You a stickler for the rule. It ain't just because you the chair. That means the chair should be going to the next speaker or doing a request for information. But I'm gonna back off.
Thank you. Mr. Phifer. Mr. Mays, thank you. So just for clarification, what you said, what was the second one that you said, the second rule number?
So there's 29.3 and 29.5, which addresses the public hearings, but 29.3 is a generic public speakers. There's no 2 minutes. The only 2 minutes in this rule is council response to public.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Phifer.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Burns.
I think we have to adjust the clock now that Councilman Phifer done. Okay, and he is correct. So the audience will have clarity. Rule 29.3 states, members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes per speaker during public comment. Only one speaking opportunity per speaker. Numbered speaker slips will be provided prior to the start of a meeting to those wishing to speak during this portion of the agenda. That speaks to when we're in council. City council members may not ask a member of the public at that time, may not speak to a member of the public at that time. Public speakers may not allocate or donate their allotted time to another person. Then on to Rule 29.5, it states, members of the public shall have no more than 3 minutes to address the city council during a public hearing. And it does not state anywhere about the 2 minutes, correct, Councilman Phifer, except for council only has 2 minutes to respond. So that would make Mr. Jones would have been within his 3 minutes per our council rules. So, Councilman, I get what you were saying with the wrap up and how people wrap up. And I will say this, former Councilman Maurice Davis always allowed people to wrap up, and it ran smoothly. When he would run his meetings, it just ran smoother, just to let people wrap up and get it out. You know, people have been waiting for a very long time. And here it is, we have the rules, and our chairs don't know the rules. We are. So, in fairness, chairing is not easy. It's not an easy task. But you have to rule with, give people some grace. Give people some grace. Because if we're going to apply the rules and be stickers all the way across, these rules are broken all over every single day, and include the council rules and the charter. They are broken. So we're going to follow the rules, and we're going to follow the rules. But this council has not been following any of the rules. Not the council rules, not the charter rules. This council does not. But as it pertains to this, Mr. Rich Jones, for our council room, and all the speakers would still have more time to finish up. So, you know, they were stopped at 3 minutes. At 2 minutes, they would still have a minute left. And this is to be a learning experience for us, giving residents the grace and a wrap up, because technically and lawfully with our charter, they have 3 minutes. So, thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, so, thank you, Ms. Burns. So what we will do going forward, now that's been brought to light, Madam Clerk, so per the rules, each person will have the 3 minutes. And it looked like it may be in order for us to address this at a later time. But where we are, we have moved past that, and we are on the appeal of Mr. Mays. So we need for council people to stay germane on Mr. Mays' appeal. So right now, we are appealing, not the first one, but we are talking about Mr. Mays abusing privileged motions, request for information. That's where we are. So anyone else would like to speak on that motion, on that appeal?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns, you already spoke. Ms. Mushatt.
And I do have a question, and this is absolutely.
Madam Chair, point of order.
What's your point?
Did Mr. Mushatt speak on the last one too?
No, this is.
No, you spoke. I didn't get to speak yet. Madam Chair, I have a question. Through you to the city clerk, and this is very germane because his, the whole reason we are even at this appeal was because we started talking about the time. So to Madam Clerk, have they only been getting 2 minutes or have they been getting 3?
In committees, they have been getting 2 minutes. And the rule that you were referring to then also says...
Can you speak up? I can't hear you.
The rule that you guys keep referring to also says that the public can only speak during regular council meetings. So if you want to enforce this rule, that means they won't be able to speak at any committee meeting. They will only speak at council meetings. So I think that this had come up before because it wasn't in the rules when the rules were changed. And the council decided to keep the 2 minutes. It came up, and I believe you voted on it during a meeting. It's not in the rules because this came up before. But these rules say that a member of the public wishes to address city council, they may do so at a regular council meeting. That's in the rules. So I just want to point that out. So if we're going to enforce that rule, that means they can't talk at any committee meeting, technically, per the rules. But this came up before because this mistake was discovered before. And I think council voted to have the 2 minutes in its committees.
Okay. Thank you. Proceed.
Request for information. Through you, Madam Chair, to the Speaker, do you understand that in the Open Meetings Act, they have to be able to speak at every meeting?
So I know because you walked away and you just came back, you weren't clear that I was trying to get clarity on how much time they had. So I'm going to give you some clarity since you walked away and just came back. I'm simply trying to find out. I'm simply trying to find out how much time.
So what is your request?
Ms. Mushatt, my request for information is what I heard the clerk tell you when I was here. They have to be able to speak at every meeting. That was my point. You can ignore it or...
Your request for information is not for me.
Mr. Mays, that was, again, an invalid request for information. So we're going to go ahead. Ms. Mushatt, please proceed.
Okay, so I'm just trying to figure out one. Now we're at the point where the city clerk is saying they should not even be speaking during committee, or that it was voted on at some point in time before I got here that they should only have 2 minutes to speak during committee. Is that correct through you to Madam Chair?
You mean Madam Clerk?
I mean Madam Clerk, sorry, yes.
Correct. Committee meetings, 2 minutes for committees, all the committees, including special.
I can't hear you.
2 minutes for all committees, including special affairs.
Okay, so the voted upon rule was for 2 minutes for all committees, including special affairs that we're in right now.
When it was this came up before in a meeting, and when it was discovered, it was just, we kept it on the agendas at 2 minutes until this could be corrected at a later date. And this set of rules was postponed so that it couldn't be addressed until next January. So changes couldn't be made. So it was kept on as 2 minutes every committee for the public.
Okay, so then again, to you, Madam Clerk, this rule that we're reading now about the 3 minutes does not apply to what we're talking about with the 2 minutes in committee because we're in special affairs right now, correct? Yes?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so anyone else would like to speak on the Eric Mays appeal? Mr. Murphy?
Thank you. Through you to the city attorney, could you clarify the public speaking during special affairs or committee meetings? Is it allowable per rules or per charter for?
Point of order,
And what is your point?
Madam Chair. Really, if you listen to me, this discussion on these minutes is not germane to me getting a warning for a legitimate request for information to clarify something for a point of order. This ain't the appeal on how many minutes, so really you let this get out of hand and let it get out of hand, and y'all have penalized me for not being germane. This ain't about the minutes of speaking, it's about me appealing whether or not I did legitimate request for information to clarify something. So I'm gonna say that whether you warn me, understand it or not.
Thank you, Mr. Mays. Point of information is gladly taken. So again, point of order. Thank you. So again, I'm asking colleagues to stay germane to Mr. Mays' appeal, 26.2. Him violating the request for information when he kept interrupting Mr. Murphy. Go ahead, Mr. Murphy.
Thank you. Well, my colleague in the first ward seems to always want to interrupt me when what I'm saying is not germane or not what he wants. So he can throw the rocks, but he can't catch them when the sun gets thrown back at him. He originally started off talking about a recall with Dr. Lewis that had nothing to do with the subject matter. But then when I came back on him and talked about the speaker and what he done for somebody personally behind closed doors and why they loyal to him, now he want to request for information. But it's okay for you to stop somebody and interrupt somebody when they saying stuff that you don't agree with. But when we talking, and as long as it's aligned up with what you're doing, you can't have it both ways here. And you can't throw no rocks at me and think can't get thrown back at you and it can be okay. And that's your problem. When you take points of information and request for information and turn around and you use those points of information to gather the floor so that you can do and say what you want to stop me from continuing on with my thought pattern because I'm saying stuff that you don't agree with. Well, get used to it.
Thank you, Mr. Murphy. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Okay, seeing that there is no one else to speak on this appeal, I'll be the last one. According to Rule 26.2, 26.2 reads, well, I'll start with 26.1. A request for information requests information from a member holding the floor. 26.2. Its purpose is to help the member making the request for information understand the process and potential consequences of the next vote. A request for information that asks a question for which the requester already knows the answer is improper. Unfortunately, Mr. Mays got the floor over 5 times making improper requests for information. Therefore, the chair issued Mr. Mays his first warning. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, you vote yes, but in order to sustain the ruling of the chair, vote no. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Burns? Yes. Ms. mushatt? No. Mr. Phifer? Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Preistly? No. Ms. winfrey-carter?
Yes.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no, 1 abstention.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no, and 1 abstention. So that's that appeal. Mr. Mays has his first warning. So the next point of order that we had was Mr. Mays said the chair should be thrown out of the meeting for breaching order and for promoting chaos. Mr. Chair, Mr. Mays, you have the floor.
Yeah, Madam Chair, the rules is clear. When you hit a term point of order, all talking should cease, and you should ask the person who called a point of order, what is your point? It ain't no scolding nobody, it's clear cut. Point of order. The chair should say, what's your point? And take it from there. You didn't do that. When I appeal the ruling of the chair, the rules is clear. You should immediately ask if there are seconds to the appeal. You should be, and it's clear, it's recorded. And so I appeal it because you gave yourself your first warning. When you backed out of order repeatedly, you should get a second warning and should be gone. And so you are out of order. And it's very important for me to demonstrate to this community how people vote and act in cliques. They don't care too much about, they don't care too much about these rules. You care about a clique. And see, the 5-member clique out of 9 makes you the vice president, makes Preistly the finance chair, and I don't know what Candice Mushatt tried to be. Yeah. Maybe she tried to be the president, the vice, because they vote in cliques. Yeah. They not voting on the rules. All of that poppycock about 2 and 3 minutes wasn't germane to me doing a point of information. When you heard her read the rule for point of information, she said, if I know the answer, it's illegal. If I do a request for information, I don't know what's in their brain. I don't know the answer. But I got the right to ask a request for information to clarify something. And I clarified that Rich Jones been getting them petitions against your partner, Mr. Murray. And I'm making a point that if the majority take an oath of office to live up to these rules, fine. I'll take a warning. I'll take 30 days off. But guess what? Is they're gonna do that for themselves. Give it. Because the city charter is bigger than the rules. You shouldn't take money, lawnmowers, gifts, gratuities, and then vote on a $72 billion. So it's going to be very interesting.
Mr. Mays, so just for the record, you are in violation. You're in violation.
Point of order.
Those statements are in violation of Robert Rule 430, which talks about the illusion of motion and other members. So that's not appropriate. So
I appeal the ruling of the chair to interrupt me and say what I'm saying ain't relevant and appropriate. If you interrupt me for, I'm appealing that. You're out of order again. This will be your 3rd or 4th warning.
Is there a second to the statement?
Yes, I'll support that appeal.
I should have 12 seconds. Remember, we sticklers the time when she interrupted me. I should have 12 seconds to try to rush and say what I'm going to say. But if I do it in 9, you can get me for being over the time, because y'all sticklers. Y'all took oath of office to live up to the rules. Ms. Lewis, it's getting to you that y'all have broke the biggest money corruption rule. You couldn't even let me finish in 9 seconds for interrupting me trying to protect yourself. I want to see what Worthy, Preistly, and Mushatt gonna do.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Ms. Worthy.
I don't know, my button is sensitive, I don't know what all it works, but, man, it's been almost 2 hours now. Nothing has gotten done. Some of my colleagues are happy with that because they're supporting these appeals. I would like to see.
Point of order.
What is your point?
your Robert's rules, you keep stating Rule 43.21. Can you warn your colleague about the motives of saying her colleagues what we like or what we want to do? Please warn her.
From the council member who called you a dictator and a tyrant.
Point of
So,
order.
what do you think?
Are you going to rule on Rule 43.21 with her?
43.21?
Yeah, that's the rule, and we're talking about staying on task, the motives of your colleague, that we're supposed to stick and stay germane. You quoted about 15, 20 minutes ago. Can you please warn your colleague?
So she stated that you all support the appeal.
No, Madam Chair, what she stated was, she seems like the colleagues are happy. How does she know what makes me happy? She doesn't know.
Yeah, I have a problem with a council member who's constantly not germane, constantly accusing other colleagues of something, constantly causing disruption, but yet can't handle that one comment. You are supporting the appeals, and it's wasting our time. There are people here who want to see us pass dollars for ARPA funds, pregnant women, you name it. And yet here we are. If they're not frustrated, I can't believe it, because I would not come to a meeting. I mean, some are here for TikTok fame. But this is a professional meeting. We shouldn't be giving them what they want. We should be giving them the city business getting done.
Excuse me, Mr. Mitchell, that's your warning. Stop yelling out. You're out of order.
You guys are out of order.
So, that is your warning. So, what is the point?
When Ms. Word had said what she said, you had people clapping for her on this side of the room and that side, and Mr. Mitchell said like an amen in church. It was nobody in the floor. Let the audience clap, boo, or whatever until the speaker gets the floor. Don't interrupt folks and give them warnings because they're clapping. They got the right to clap. They got the right to boo. Ain't that a little much?
According to Robert Rule 43.28, when you're yelling out vocally and you are disrupting the meeting like Mr. Mitchell has been doing this meeting, that is Mr. Mitchell's first warning. If you yell out, this is for all council members, including audience members. You cannot verbally yell out and interrupt the council members. That's not acceptable. So, with that being said, anyone else like to be on this opinion?
Madam Chair.
Ms. Burns.
The audience, everyone has been speaking now. We would have handed out about 20, you should have about 20 warnings to the audience. Let them, if they speak again, which they said we were out of order, and this appeal, we are literally in this instance, I'm not gonna take too much, 6:15. You started the meeting almost 20 minutes late. You were late starting the meeting. So therefore, now we're getting into this. Let some stuff go. We know that the community takes care of him, and you are warning RL. He's not the only one. At the same time, you got 5 other people saying we out of order. You did not warn them. You did not. You are unfairly ruling. And if I can hear it, I know you can hear it. I know you can. So let's just pull back, get the meeting on, let it be easy. People are saying how they feel. They took the time to come down here. He is a unique person. Give him some grace.
Thank you very much.
Please give him some grace. But I need you to calm down.
Honey. Almost said, live up my brass bed. Lady. Man.
We can give him some grace. We can, you know that his outbursts are not controllable all the time. And what he does react to is when you are calm and when you say to him or give him just a look, RL, and a calm tone. He does react to that. I mean, when you say to him, I'm going to give you a warning, he doesn't react to that. You know he's unique. So just be fair. We have to do what people, and especially everyone knows about her. RL has better attendance than most of us. So RL is going to be quiet, so he won't get any warnings unless he's at public speaking, because I want RL to stay in the meeting, so he's going to be quiet and patient and no outbursts so that he can stay within the meeting. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Anyone else would like to speak on this, on Mr. May's order of the chair needs to be removed or type down? Anybody else? All right. So with that being said,
Point of order, Madam Chair.
go ahead.
You keep misstating my appeal.
What's your appeal?
My appeal was you not asking for seconds on appeals and the order you was doing business. You just trying to paraphrase it like chaos, but I appealed because you wouldn't give yourself a second warning and had many violations.
Okay. All right.
That
Thank
was
you.
my appeal.
Okay, thank you, and I appreciate you for saying that. Anyone else? Please, go ahead.
I just want this public to hear, watch this. Those who are critical thinkers that really think, okay, for the last 30 days, we did a resolution to remove Councilman Mays from his seat for 30 days. Within those 30 days, we did not always agree, but we agreed to disagree in a way where we were able to move the meetings forward, and we did get up out of here. Now that Mr. Mays is back, and I know he's in his position, we appreciate him being back, but also some of us want to come down here and get the business done. Now that we here, we ain't even really got into the agenda of the special affairs, because we're going back and forth with these frivolous, in my opinion, appeals, going back and forth with each other, and it's ridiculous. When things don't go his way, the appeal, point of order, point of information, request for information to gain the floor, and in my opinion, he is abusing the point of order, the point of information, and the request for information. Now he want to remove the chairperson. So I think it's really personal with him, and he's coming back. And like you guys see, we got 2 resolutions.
What is your request?
Mr. Murphy, you say you think it's personal. Could it possibly be that I want an equal application of the rules? Could that be possible?
Again, that's an invalid use. An invalid use of a request for information. Proceed, Mr. Murphy.
Point of order.
What is your point?
No, it's not. He made a statement that he thinks is personal. I'm asking him to clarify. Do we think it could be a long, important, equal application of the rules? Now, if you want me to appeal that, I will, but it's not invalid for me to try to clarify something. That's what a request for information is. Don't make it worse.
Proceed.
Is it possible that you can take and read something and interpret it to make it fit your interpretation when it may not be law? So you have took something out of the charter and you have interpreted, and you think you are a lawyer or whatever you call yourself wanting to be, and you think you know law better than law knowing itself. Thank you. I'm done.
Anyone else would like to speak on this item? Seeing none, I will go ahead and be the last. Unfortunately, what we have here is Councilman Mays is not given the chair an opportunity to chair. The one thing I am firm on the application of the rules, because Mr. Mays, when you called the point of order, I was attempting to clarify the point of order. So when you corrected me and said point of order, I'm giving you, I did the point of order, but you didn't ask for a second. I was trying to get that clear the first time, but what is your request?
I didn't say that on a point of order. I said that on an appeal. You don't need a second on a point of order.
So on your appeal, Mr. Banks, I was trying to receive clarity. If the chair doesn't have clarity, then the chair can't properly write your appeal. And if I can't properly state your appeal, I can't get a second. So when I was trying to get clarity for that, you kept saying point of order, point of order, point of order. Because I didn't immediately ask for your second. Before I can document what your situation is, I have to have clarity. Then I can get a second. Otherwise, we will have chaos and confusion. And so because I waited and you kept point of ordering me, you kept abusing that privilege motion, and the only thing I was trying to get was clarity to what you were trying to say. You would not give me the opportunity to get the clarity. You moved on and said that I was inciting chaos and et cetera, et cetera. So I wrote down the last thing that you said. The chair breached order and should be removed for inciting chaos. That's what I wrote down. Because you refused to be clear. So I could get your second. So with that being said, the chair did nothing wrong besides attempt to clarify what the council. What is your request?
Do we really need clarity to say is there a second to the appeal? When you hear the word appeal, what is it to clarify to ask is there a second? Are you making this up or you really believe that?
Again, he used the privilege motion to take the floor on an S that he already knows. As stated before, the chair must have clarity on what the request is at hand. I can't write down something that I don't know anything about, and we can't get a second for something that's not clear. So with that being said, if you support the chair, vote no. If you want to overturn the ruling of the chair, and the chair didn't even rule, the chair was just trying to, I don't know what he's talking about. But if you support the chair, vote no. If you support Mr. May's point, vote yes. Roll call, Madam Chair.
Ms. Mushatt? No. Mr. Phifer? Ladell? Ms. Worthing? No. Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Preistly? No. Ms. winfrey-carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns? Yes. The vote is 3 yes, 5 no.
The vote is 3 yes, 5 no. The ruling of the chair stands. So now we can continue with public speaking. I want public speaking? No. More people?
What?
I've been waiting.
Okay, so, let me.
Hey, all right. Man, what? Man, shut up.
Madam Clerk, what was the last form for you? Did everything set? All right, so we have one more appeal that Mr. Mays was interrupted. So let's go ahead and be clear. So the chair said that he violated Robert Rule 430, and he appealed the ruling of the chair and said that he was interrupted. Go ahead, Mr. Mays.
I want the public to really understand these exercises, because I watch people nod their head, make justice. I read the demeanor of the public. The public really don't know these rules. And some council people really don't know. And I don't really know them because they change.
Point of order, please hold, Madam Clerk. The clock.
going on in here, baby? We give us a number.
Y'all done? Y'all ready to talk to speak now?
No, we ain't doing this.
Come on, people.
Let's get together, brother.
Let's get together.
K. Smith in the house.
Mr. Mayor, please.
You know, Paul, I'm recognizing that police officer walking in. K. Smith. Now, we can use a regular clock if we got technical difficulties about this. We could be done. The clerk,
Mr. Mayor, please hold. Yeah, so the clock is off.
yeah, she didn't even know what you had stopped me for. Okay.
Please proceed.
Let me proceed by saying this, and you know I talk slow and whatever, but you know when you in this council meeting, maybe I should prevent because of the clock. I've been sitting on this council for 10 years, getting into 10 years, and I've seen council people come and go. And my grandmother say some of them would be too big for their britches. That's what you got going on here. You should use common sense and courtesy. When I was president with this same group, except for Ms. Jack Herkenrode was here, I said, do away with the rule. Use common sense and courtesy. It's recorded on Channel 12. We blew through the business. Blew through the business and got accolades. But then Mr. Murphy, Herkenrode, Ladell Lewis, Eva Worthington, they wanted chairmanships, presidencies, and they teamed up with some folks. They switched Preistly and phifer to their side. Phifer go back and forth. Preistly been steadfast. And it's been chaos ever since. Now here they don't think the public got sense and can see. The public see a different application of the rules when it comes to me. The public see it, I'm talking to her. She interrupts when we have the floor. She makes excuses when we get into the appeal. Oh, I didn't know. I didn't know. If you didn't know, you didn't know. It takes time to learn. They've been here about a year. They try to act like we don't get business done. We've been getting business done since the water crisis, since emergency managers, major business. And Mr. Murphy, we can't get nothing done, he's back now. They was arguing and fussing when I wasn't here.
Come here.
Worthing standing up over Burns. Don't use me as a scapegoat. Admit to your wrongdoing and quit taking up for each other wrongly against the rules. Yeah. Bottom line, they condoning their bad behavior to keep with a quit.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? All right, seeing none, I will go ahead and be the last to speak to close out the appeal. The reason why I interrupted Mr. Mays with his last 9 seconds is because per Robert's rules, we can refer to Robert Rule 430, and we also can go down to 43.20 and 43.1. You cannot talk about the intent. For one, you must stay germane. You must stay germane to the issue at hand. Secondly, you cannot speak about the motives or intentions of other council members. It goes against, well, if you can, that goes against Robert's Rule 4320, 4321. And unfortunately, Mr. May has been speaking about intentions of council members all night. 2 examples is him talking about Councilman Murphy and I took illegal money for a bribe for our vote. And then also saying that I ruled against Rich Jones because he's collecting signatures. No. I ruled against Rich Jones and I ruled against Mr. Mays for the violation of the rules does not stay germane to what we're speaking about. If we're speaking about rocks, we talk about rocks. If we're speaking about soil, we talk about soil. It is not Mr. May's job to speak about anything outside of that. Moreover, to insinuate that colleagues have different intentions and to speak on his colleagues' motives.
Request for
This is,
information.
go ahead, what's your request?
In regards to rule, is it true that Rule 43.21 would also be in response to how, if we're going to rule fair, Councilwoman in 9, if I was happy or not? That's rule fair, Madam Chair. You did not rule on that, which just stated that applies, and I said it 43.21, and you're stating Rule Robert's Rule 43.21 again. You're not applying it fairly.
So right here is an accusatory nature. No one is accusing anyone. When she said look happy, well, colleagues are not sad to second his appeal. But this right here is Mr. May. He's making allegations. He's making allegations that are untrue, that many people are second. What's your point?
Madam Chair, when I'm talking about what you and Quincy Murphy took, those are not allegations. Those are admitted to facts that you admitted to in a public meeting. This is not a fact. These are not allegations. These are facts that you and him admitted to, correct?
Again, Mr. May using a privileged motion to take the floor. The point is, Mr. May said that our vote was bought and paid for. That is not true. And so you cannot speak on those terms according to Robert rules. And so you were in violation. And so unfortunately, as the chair, my hard job is to make sure that you call out things that are out of order, to keep the meeting flowing smoothly. Unfortunately, now that you're back, we can't do this. Unfortunately, that's the case. Unfortunately, you have two colleagues that continue to second. And that's why we are an hour and a half and the councilman was standing in the back. That's why we're here. That's exactly why we're here. And so if what is your request?
That's your opinion. You might have 2 or 3 colleagues that believe in honesty and truth.
Again, that was improper. What is your point?
My point of order is if it's good for the goose, it's good for the gander. If you can accuse me and my motives, I can accuse you of yours when I'm telling the truth. What's good for you to accuse me of is definitely good for me. But I'm telling facts.
Point of order, Mr. Mayor, again, you use the floor. You abuse the privilege motion, so that is your second warning. Go ahead, that's your second warning.
Point of order, I know you want to get me out of here before we vote on your removal.
That's your second warning. Go ahead.
Second warning for doing a point of order.
What is your
on you accusing 3 of us of being a certain way? Now you made the allegation on 3 of us. And I did a point of order and said, don't be accusing me and 2 more wrong. And you gonna give me a warning for that?
Yeah.
So, you have been issued your second warning, Mr. Mayor, and you are on this meeting.
So, beg your pardon?
You have been issued your second warning for violating Rule 26.
And so you trying to have me removed from this meeting for taking up with 3 of us because you said, and I wish we could run back the tape. Now I'm gonna appeal it, and then I will get the clerk to run back the tape. Because what you said about 3 of us to me was vile, and I will take up for me, my son, my 2 colleagues. I ain't studying what you're talking about. I'm not doing your rules in the chair.
All right, so there is an appeal.
I'm appealing your second warning to try to throw me out.
Okay, thank you, Mr. May. So that is your second warning. And
I just appeal.
And again, and you have appealed it. Is there a second?
Yes, I will support his appeal.
All right, second by Winfrey-Carter. All right, so as we wrap up, the fourth appeal. Mr. Mays was in violation of Robert's rules for attacking other members' motives and not staying germane to the issue at hand. It's the difference between someone being accusatory and attacked, and that's exactly what Mr. Mays was doing. Again, as the chair, it is my job to make sure that we are in order. If Mr. Mays would like to stay in this meeting, as a senior councilman being here for 10 years, he knows what to do. He's out of order, and he's trying to make it look like we're all against him and we're wrong. Follow the rules. So, a vote of yes means that you will overturn the ruling of the chair, stating he was in violation of Robert Rules 430 and 43.
Point of order. This is about interrupting, you interrupted me. We ain't even on that appeal yet. No, this is the appeal that, check with the clerk. This is about you interrupting me and whether you was out or not. You're too hasty to try to get my butt out of this.
So this appeal is on when Mr. Mays had 9 seconds left.
Yeah, you interrupted.
I called a breach of the rules, and he stated that I interrupted him.
You did.
So that is what this appeal is about. So with that being said, a yes means that you want to overturn the ruling of the chair for interrupting Mr. Mays, and a no means that you oppose the ruling of the chair for calling out his violation of the Robert Rules of Order.
Point of order, Madam Chair. The appeal is for you not taking your second warning for wrongfully interrupting me with 9 seconds.
It's not.
That's it. Point of order.
No, that's not.
Point of order. Point of order. I'm the one.
Excuse me, he had first.
I had the point of order.
Mr. Mays, Mr. Murphy, go
This is
ahead.
ridiculous. We just voted on that. Argue with the clerk.
Yeah. Ms. Donovan?
Thank you, Murphy. Point of
Hold
order.
on. Please, so Madam Clerk, just want to be clear. So we already voted on so right now we already voted on the breach of order, the chair should be warned for a second. We already voted, correct? Thank you, Madam Clerk. So right now, we are on the last appeal.
The one you voted on was the point of order that you denied and that you would have warned yourself. That's the one you just voted on.
Right.
So the appeal that you're on right now is that you interrupted him with 9 seconds. You have not voted on that one.
And that's
There's
where we are.
another appeal after that one.
Right, yes, and that's his warning for that, yes, that was his warning. Okay, so, again, we are voting on, Mr. Mays said that he was interrupted when the chair called him to order to violate Robert rules. What is your point of order?
Madam Chair, the fact is you did interrupt me with 9 seconds. I appeal to you what? Let me finish. Wait, you out of order interrupted me. Now let me make my point and then you can rule. I mean, this is getting ridiculous. You interrupted me with 9 minutes, that's a fact. I appeal that you were out of order and didn't give yourself your second warning for interrupting me with 9 seconds. That 9-second interruption when you was out of order and caused all this chaos, and that's what I appeal. I don't care if mushatt shake her head. I know what I appeal. I appeal that you didn't give yourself a second warning for interrupting me wrongfully. You had no reason to do it. And so that's the appeal. We vote yes or no whether or not you had the right to interrupt me with 9 seconds left.
Okay, so the point of order is denied, so that's not what happened.
Wow! Point of order. You can check with the clerk to see what my words were.
Mr. Mays, you're being disorderly. You're being disorderly. We already, Miss, what is your point?
A point of order to correct what's happened is not
because you're utilizing the floor and you're abusing points of order. The clerk, she has already stated very plainly where we are. We are at the appeal, where you accuse the chair of interrupting you. This is the next to the last appeal.
Order.
What is your point?
I accuse the chair of being out of order for interrupting me. You keep saying I appeal, you interrupted me in 9 seconds. Now, if you want to make it clear, want me to quit doing point of order, ask the clerk, the official keeper of the record. I'm not going to let you call a vote on something that I didn't do.
Get up. Let's go. Meeting's over.
Special affairs.
Hold
service representative boards and the whole city council. And he attended every meeting, and he was one of these. Anyone else in the council?
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm echo this past Saturday, he served on the public review board, he was chair, he was school board member, he was faithfully here for years, speaking up on issues at the microphone. Mr. Dillon, I've seen him at the funeral. He was a school board member at the funeral. And Mr. Still, we had many, well, telephone conversations, I put it that way. And I think he was a decent guy. Mr. Douglas had something. He might have echoed that.
Mr. Dumas.
I would just like to remember the 911 individual that passed and gave me so remembering. So that's it.
All right, and I would also like to remember Ms. Yolanda Denise Colbert, as well as Mr. Keith B. Lewis. Mr. Keith B. Lewis. Okay, so seeing that there is no one else, we will go ahead and have a moment of silence. Thank you. Now it's time for the prayer. Councilman Mushatt.
All minds are clear. Heavenly Father, we come to you now, just first and foremost, thank you for this day and time. Thank you for your grace, your mercy, your love, and your favor. Thank you for allowing us together here yet again to do the city of Flint business, Father God. Let us all hear each other's voices in respectful manners. Let us all just find ourselves in your peace, which surpasses all understanding. Let us find ourselves being more patient and more kind to one another, walking in the fruits of the Spirit, Heavenly Father. I ask now that residents would feel heard and they would know that everyone up here is here to meet their concerns. This is in Jesus' name. Thank you and pray, amen.
Amen. So now it's time for the reading of the disorderly city code subsection. Any person that persists in disrupting this meeting will be in violation of the Flint City Code Section 3110, disorderly conduct, assault and battery, and disorderly persons, and will be subject to arrest for a misdemeanor. Any person who prevents the peaceful and orderly conduct of any meeting will be given one warning. If they persist in disrupting the meeting, that individual will be subject to arrest. Violators shall be removed from the meeting. So now we're on to the request for changes to the agenda.
I was trying to get to a bill. Does that include you, the chair, as well?
Yeah. Mr. Mayor, that's improper. Again, wow. Let's not take it for. Go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
Yes, ma'am. I'd like to make a motion to vote immediately in sequence for any proposed agenda changes.
All right. There has been a motion to vote in sequence. Are any support? All right. Does it have been moved and seconded? Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Point of order, Madam.
What is your point?
When a motion is made and properly seconded, don't you have to ask for any discussion?
Not at all. According to this, which we've been doing for the last several meetings, whenever there's a motion about time, there is no debate. Thank you, Senior Council Person. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
That's where we at. We on agenda changes. And we'll see what the pleasure of the body is. And so that's where we're at, agenda changes. If y'all want to review the rules, I heard somebody say at the previous meeting, we have to wait till January. Now, we can amend and change rules anytime we go through section 1-801 of the charter. And this council is in desperate need to review its rules and have fair and uniform application. So I'm gonna see what happens in agenda changes. That's why sometimes we have to have discussion on motions I abstain. I've never seen a council like this.
All right, so we're still on agenda changes. Anyone else would like an agenda change? Ms. Priestley, did you complete?
Well, if everything got moved, I don't see the attorney from the Williams group here anymore, else I would add that special order on. But seeing that they're not here, though. I do want to, why, we're in agenda, never mind, that's not a point, but it did cost us.
Request for information.
Oh, okay. Okay. What is your request?
Through you to Ms. Priestley, the Williams firm had a closed session. The only thing that moved was resolutions, not special orders, is my understanding. Do you understand that?
Yes, I do, Mr. Mays. I was going to ask for the executive session to be moved to this agenda so that we can discuss this add-on resolution number 1, because it's the employees of the city that are suffering. Thank you.
And request for information. Through you to the speaker, there was also a special order, something to do with kids as well. You remember that when you was here?
Love you. All right, so Mr. Phifer?
I don't know how to do this, but so I'm gonna appeal the ruling of the chair that everything from special affairs is brought over, because I want to see that right. I want to see that where, because this, in how many months have we been here? That's never happened before, and all of a sudden, everything is going to be brought over to special affairs without voting on it. I want to see that right, so I want to appeal the ruling of the chair.
But the chair didn't.
That's why I said I don't know how to do this, but
Order.
if we're going to do this.
Order. If you appeal in the decision of the chair's responsibility is to ask if is there a second, and then we get into discussion. So I'm trying to see what's going on.
Okay, so moving
I'm
on.
sorry, mine is a point of order. Are we moving everything from special affairs over?
No. Okay. Anyone else would like to add any other changes to the agenda?
Yeah, Madam Chair.
Mr. Mays.
So, let me clear something up. First, I thought the chair did rule and was in agreement with the clerk. And now Mr. Phifer speaks, and I'm finding out different, that the chair is saying she was not in agreement with the clerk. I think we heard some of the same things, Mr. Phifer. And I think that's why Ms. Priestley was proceeding a certain way. Now the chair, in my opinion, has changed mind in the middle of the stream. So if in fact that the chair don't believe that stuff can move like that, and she's ruled that they ain't, then the proper motion for me would be to move the resolutions, or ask that the resolutions that was on the Special Affairs Committee agenda now be placed on the council agenda. And I guess we'll vote it up or down, and then we'll see what happens there. But the problem I'm running into is that until I see what happens with that business and those resolutions, whether they're voted up or down to show up on this agenda, I don't want change changes and amendments to the agenda to be over. So it's kind of problematic for me. I don't want to appeal the ruling of the chair to reject the movement of them based upon what the clerk said, because I've seen meetings adjourned for lack of a quorum, and I've seen stuff move, not out of committee, but I've seen them move out of special affairs. I think I know that to be a fact. Which group of council members it happened under? Have it happened under this group? I don't want to go that far, but I've seen it happen before. So I think the easiest route for me is to move the resolutions from special affairs, all of them, to council. And so I so move.
Now, take that.
There has been,
Point of information or point of order.
Mr. Priestley.
Because we're talking about an agenda change, and we've already voted to vote on each individual agenda change separately in order and sequence, then this motion is out of order.
Okay. Thank you. Point well received. So, Mr. Mays, so we did vote on each individual change for Ms. Priestley. So, we're gonna, let's go ahead and.
If I may, Madam Chair.
No. So.
Point of order. What do you mean, no? Point of order.
I want to give you the floor, so what did I bring it?
No, I said if I may, Madam Chair, you said no, so I'll wait to see if
The
it
chair
went
has
to
the
the floor.
privilege to, absolutely, so it's not a point of order. Again, you just abuse the privilege motion.
No, I didn't. I'm
Mr.
trying to do
Mr.
right.
Mays,
Point
Mr.
of
Mays,
order, Madam Chair.
what rule has been broken?
And you didn't even hear my point of order.
We did.
No, you didn't. My point of order was that gonna be that we can still vote on them individually in sequence. That was my point of order. You didn't let me get to it. If I make a motion to move all of them, and her motion was to vote for them individually in sequence, that doesn't prohibit that from happening, was my point. No, I didn't.
So, Mr. Mays, you did not have the floor. That's why I'm not calling you. I'm calling on right now Attorney Kemp. Attorney Kemp, is that within the council rules to take every resolution and transfer it to council? Is that possible?
That's up to this body to decide how they will respond to this circumstance. It doesn't address this circumstance directly, so it falls within the discretion of the council.
Whatever floats you.
Thank you. All right, any more changes?
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley?
did I include 230314?
No.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Madam Chair, I'm still waiting for you to rule whether or not my motion to move everything prohibits us from voting on them individually and in sequence. I don't know why we acting like we on separations.
So we are going through them one by one, but if this body, I want to be clear, if this, we can put a motion on the floor to see what's the pleasure of this body. If this body would like to take all of the resolutions and go one by one, and vote on them one by one to be accepted to council, we can do that. It's the pleasure of this body. So the chair would entertain a motion to do it one by one.
Point of order. Point of order. Madam Chair, Ms. Priestley made that at the beginning, and this body has already ruled and voted to do it one by one. I wasn't in agreement with it, but the majority already did that. That motion is booked in the records and on the floor.
Okay, maybe I misunderstand that motion is voting in sequence on changes, to move on the changes in sequence.
Oh, it's the changes in sequence.
Immediately on, vote in sequence on those changes.
So, Madam Chair, the proper thing I would say under this dilemma is to see whether or not there's a second to the motion to move all of them. If it is a second and it passed, then I believe you still have the opportunity separations. I don't know how you want to do it, but still, that seems to be logical in my mind.
Okay, so,
Madam Chair.
go ahead, Ms. Priestley.
I think what you're saying is that once we go to the consent agenda, then we have the opportunity to, these would be added to the consent agenda, and then we can do separation.
That's what I would think.
Yeah.
I'm not, so are you talking on the consent agenda, or are we talking about when we begin to vote in sequence?
No. This is to add this to the consent agenda. Then when we make a motion to adopt the consent agenda, then we can do separations on whatever individual resolution a member wants to separate.
All right, so just want to be clear. So what we are, so I want to make sure that we get it right. I don't want any mishaps or any misspeaks. So we're going to add all of the resolutions to the consent agenda for council.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Mr. Payne.
Madam Chair, Ms. Priestley did make that motion. The motion that I made hasn't been seconded. I'm willing to withdraw it, and we can make that motion, but then we still have the separation from listening to the clerk and listening to y'all. The motion she made to vote in sequence had something to do with agenda change. And specifically, that has a lot to do with resolutions. Main agenda is resolutions. Right now, without moving nothing from special affairs, the agenda consists of pledge allegiance, prayer, agenda changes, public hearings, and no resolutions. So Ms. Priestley seemed to see where understand where I'm headed, so I withdraw the motion, allow you to make it with the term consent agenda, and then we'll proceed from there. If you feel comfortable, if not,
I'm not sure we're identical in the thinking.
Well, then
I'm adding individuals to the agenda, individual resolutions. I'm asking for additions to the agenda to include these resolutions. Then, once we approve the agenda, then we make a motion to approve the
And I understand, you
consent.
don't have to be identical. Hold up, point of order.
You don't have the floor.
Point of order.
You don't have the floor.
Point of order.
What's your point?
So you keep saying I don't have, when I say point of order, your job is to ask the point. The point is, I did have the floor, and Ms. Priestley the one you didn't get a floor, but you so mad and trying to get me, you forgot that I had the floor, and I was talking to her, and then she just went to talking without the floor. Then I said, point of order, to call that to your attention, and you don't have the floor. I'm like, point of order. I'm trying to remind you of who had the floor. I'm going to remind you who didn't get the floor. I'm glad Ms. Priestley spoke, whether you gave her the floor or not. But you ain't on her like you on my black behind. I almost cussed. You treat white folks differently than you treat me. She didn't have a floor, so whether or not I did have a floor.
Mr. Mays, thank you. Attorney Kim.
I think there's a little bit of kind of confusion here. So in the interest of trying to move forward, I think we're at the stage for proposing changes to the agenda. So there's no need for a motion at this point. What's supposed to happen at this point is the members of the body can essentially propose changes to the agenda, which if Councilmember Mays' motion is interpreted as he's simply proposing that all of the items listed under maybe referred to special affairs be added to the agenda, then that's his proposal. And as he mentioned, he's good with that being, each of those resolutions being voted individually per his body's prior vote. So essentially, I think that would be, rather than worry about exactly when voting motions and that stuff here, that would seem to let's move forward.
Thanks a lot. And so that looks like that was my understanding. So I was just trying to make sure I had clarity from the body. All right. So what we will do is we can have a motion entertained, like Mr. Mays was saying, to move all of the resolutions
Point of order, it's not, you said, if he just requested, that's his change to add it. He doesn't need a motion. That's what Mr. Kim said. You don't need a motion.
Okay. So all of these will be added, so then we will vote on every single resolution, underneath the resolution to be referred for special affairs. We will, vote on those one by one. That's what I hear. So just want to make sure we were clear. So thank you for clearing up that we do not need a motion, and we will just vote in order. All right, so outside of what we discussed, anything else?
Madam
To
Chair.
add to the agenda. Mr. Mays?
Yeah, Madam Chair. Once I see what's happening with these group of resolutions, then that doesn't complete agenda change. That's just completing the part about add resolutions. How are we gonna deal with that problem? Do we need to complete any changes right now? Mr. Packer, you seem to think that we should complete all, and then after that, there will be no more proposed agenda changes. That's kind of problematic for me because I don't know what's going to pass and what's going to fail. So under these rare circumstances, I would make a motion after we do the resolution from special affairs, we still, at that point, based upon what passes or fails, entertain agenda changes, and I so move.
There has been a motion to say again, to do agenda change. I want to make sure I have
This
it.
agenda change specifically is going to let us know what we do with the rest of our evening. Resolution is supposed to, I'm clarifying it. You asked me to, didn't you? Can I do that?
Mr. Mayor,
You will if you'll listen.
I'm trying to listen. You're talking
No, you interrupted me. And you do that repeatedly. Now you asked me something to clarify. I'm trying to clarify it and you interrupted me after 10, 20 seconds. Saying how that worked. Then you want to throw my black butt out and root out order and ain't nobody going to overturn it. I'm going to try to clarify. There was a debacle in special affairs. It adjourned for lack of a quorum. I've known stuff to move, but the pleasure of this body wanted to deal with.
What's your motion, Mr. Mays?
I'm gonna let you refer to the clerk as to my motion, because you keep interrupting me. So I done already made a motion. I'm gonna just get out the way, because you're gonna have me fussing and cussing, and something's gonna happen.
Wait.
So you wanna know what my motion was, refer to the clerk.
Madam Clerk, what was this motion?
The original motion is to move all the special affairs resolutions to the city council of this agenda, and then to determine the order when we get to the consent agenda. With the agenda changes still.
Ms. Preistly, you got a problem with that?
All resolutions
Look at it, whip my
to
eyes.
city council. And then,
In their proper place, which would be under resolutions. And the
okay.
consent agenda.
Mhm.
Point of order, that was the previous motion. The motion that you just made was to have amendments or changes after we vote on these changes. That's the current motion.
That is correct.
Thank you, Mr. Phifer. The deal is, when Mr. Mays is being asked to be specific, he's not, he defers to the clerk. And so, we defer to the clerk. And so we just need for our council to just state what it is and stop it being interruptive. So what is your point?
My point of order is don't miscategorize me. It was clear to me and to Mr. Phifer what my motion was. Every time I tried to explain it, you interrupted me. And you did it twice, so I just got out your way and communicated through the clerk. You must receive information I give you and you should listen to me, just like you listen to the clerk and Mr. Piper. Quit interrupting me every 10 or 20 seconds.
Thank you. Mr. Mays, the motion is out of order.
Whoa.
So, let's go ahead and,
I appeal the ruling of the chair.
there's a bill on the ruling of the chair. Alright, so, there's not a second, so it dies.
Point of order it is.
Go ahead.
I know.
It's gonna get her done.
Okay, so it has been a support. The appeal ruled the motion improper because the maker of the motion refused to clarify for the chair.
Oh, shut up.
So, proceed.
Madam Chair, I didn't refuse to clarify, but I just have to watch whether or not you're gonna rule me out of order twice and throw me out of this meeting. So for me being safe and protecting myself, I referred to the clerk after 2 unlawful interruptions, and then Mr. Piper have clarified. Clearly, I said I wanted to keep agenda changes open. And I was trying to get to that, and I'd speak for 20 seconds and you interrupt me. That was the motion, and you were supposed to ask, is there a second? I appeal your ruling because a motion to keep the agenda items open after we see what our agenda gonna look like ain't out of order. This is a rare occurrence, and you got stuff moving from special affairs by motion. Now, the city attorney has told you twice that it's the pleasure of this body. And I'm one of the bodies. And I could make a motion to try to keep the agenda changes open. I'm gonna pause because she the one needs to hear this.
Yeah.
And I don't think she can listen to the clerk and hear me at the same time, because she really don't hear me sometimes when I talk, when she ain't talking to the clerk. So I don't know how you gonna vote on this appeal, but we do have the right to make that type of motion. You ruled my motion out of order because I want to see what this is going to look like, resolutions, and then decide whether I want to make any specific changes. That was my motion. I stand by it. I think it's proper. It's logical under the circumstances. I'll be voting yes to overturn the ruling of the chair that it's not a proper motion. Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Ms. Priestley.
You know,
Ms. Priestley.
thank you. This, I believe that what Mr. Mays wants to do is extend debate on the agenda changes. However, I also want to say that we could have saved ourselves 10, 15 minutes if we just, when I started saying this resolution, just list resolutions that you want to go to council, and then we can vote on it and be done. So instead, we're sitting here fighting again. And it's time to move this meeting forward. It's time to get the business of the city done. And I am so frustrated tonight because it's been nothing but fights.
Amen.
And we haven't had that for a month. And this is crazy. Thank you.
Mays, get him.
Mr. Mitchell, please, let's be in order. Okay, so anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Mr. Yeah, who it is?
Look at it. Appreciate things she does.
Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Seeing that no one else would like to speak on this appeal, I'll go ahead and speak. The chair is not saying that Mr. Mays can't make a motion, but if everyone is here to witness, the chair asked the maker of the motion to clarify the motion, asked the maker of the motion to state the motion specifically. And Mr. Mays decided that he was not going to respond to the chair. Then Mr. Mays told the chair to defer to the clerk. The chair deferred to the clerk, and the clerk didn't have an understanding of what Mr. Mays was saying.
Oh, no.
And so, all we're trying to do is get clarity on Mr. Mays' motion. That's all we're trying my ears. I'm writing it down verbatim so I'll get it right. If he does not state the motion, if he refuses to state the motion, as we just witnessed that he did, he deferred to the clerk. The chair is left without choice besides to drop the motion, and we can move on, and maybe whoever has a clear understanding, like Mr. Phifer, you can put the correct motion on the floor so we can move on. As my job as chair is to clarify, make sure I have an understanding, make sure I keep the meeting running. That's my job. But when my colleagues refuse to clarify what they mean and what they're trying to do, I can't do anything. Then we can't get a second. Let's get out of personality, regardless if you like me or care for me in this position or not, that doesn't matter. The deal is, what are you trying to do so we can get it done? And you refuse to state to me what we were trying to do, so we moved on. What is your request?
I hear you repeating that. Didn't in fact I say you interrupted me twice, so then I referred to the clerk? Isn't that a fact?
So with that being said, if you want to uphold the ruling of the chair, you will vote no. If you would like to reverse the ruling of the chair, you will vote yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
Mr. Murphy?
No.
Ms. Priestley? No. Ms. Winfrey-Carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
Yes.
Ms. Mushatt? Mr. Phifer?
Yes.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention.
Vote is 4 yes, 4 no, 1 abstention. On 1 abstention, the ruling of the chair stands. The chair will, so what we will do, the chair will entertain a motion. We said we don't need a motion. So we will begin to vote in sequence, as everything has now been moved on.
Madam Chair,
Ms. Priestley.
I have several other resolutions I will vote over. Thank you. I'll request 230312.
Point of order. You already made the request to have a vote.
Yeah. Yes. So what we're about to do, we're about to just vote.
Okay, sorry.
No problem.
Point of order.
What is your point?
We would be voting on the motion. The motion y'all didn't agree with was the one to keep the agenda. You missed it. Ms. Priestley missed it. Mr. Phifer got it, I got it, and the record keeper got it. What y'all do is y'all business, but you gotta have a memory to be a chair. And so it was a motion made, properly second. The only motion that wasn't second. But anyway, whatever you and Priestley and them want, I'm gonna withdraw my point.
Thank you. So what is your point? No. Whenever someone says point of order, all talking must cease. So Ms. Worthing has
to tell me that if we was in a point of order with me.
Ms.
Ms.
Thank you.
Lord Jesus.
Is there a motion on the floor?
No, we were about to vote.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Not a problem. All right, so we're about to proceed with the voting for this agenda. I do apologize for the time. All right, so we're going to start with Resolution 230310 to be
You dropped it.
What? Got it. 230312. This is to be added to the city council agenda. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Is there a motion?
We're on agenda changes.
Y'all can't put no words in the clerk's mouth now. What? Ms. Priest is trying to.
What is your point?
What she's trying to tell you, this is a council repeatedly, ain't no orders without objections. We act by motions, resolutions, and ordinances. This is a procedural thing. It requires a motion. It's just the basic thing that most folks know when you have to be the keeper of the records.
Okay, so thank you, Mr. May. So making sure that I hear what I'm hearing. The attorney said that, and also Mr. Phifer, that we don't need a motion, okay? So we don't. Right now, what we're doing, we're going to changes to the agenda. So we are in the process of adding and taking away things to the agenda. And so this body wanted to add every resolution. If we want to vote on the sequence. So since we don't need a motion to do that, we're about to start our voting in sequence right now on every resolution that's going to be referred from special affairs. That's what we're doing right now.
Point of order.
What is your point?
You do that by a motion. You can't just start saying stuff. For example, if you're going to do them one by one, they take individual motions.
Point of order.
And people have the pleasure to...
No, you hold up, that's a point of order.
I'm in a point of order.
What's your point, Ms. Priestley?
The point is that we already passed a motion to vote in sequence individually on each agenda change. Thus, we've already made and passed that motion. So we need to go into the vote on each individual agenda item, a yes or a no, to add or not.
Thank you. Thank you. Point of order well received. What is your point, Mr. Mays?
In order to vote in sequence on each agenda change, you got to propose the change. And you propose the change by motion. In other words, whether you do the motion to move all of them or move them individually, it takes individual motions. Now think about it. Y'all got consent agenda.
Point of order denied. Mr. Mays, wasting.
Let me finish.
We don't have to do the That's fine. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll support that appeal.
All right, it's been properly seconded by Ms. Winfrey-Carter. We have went over this several times. It has been stated by the attorney that we don't need a motion for this because we are voting for changes to the agenda. And so we're in the process of doing that right now. Go ahead, Mr. Mays, with your appeal.
Ms. Lewis, you can talk nasty to me and snap it all you want. It's not going to deter me. You're a nasty, snap it talking person when it comes to me. You don't talk nasty.
What's your point?
Not germane and not professional.
Right, Mr. Mays, let's stay on topic.
I appeal your ruling that you agree with Ms. Worthing that I'm not germane. I had only spoke for a second trying to make my point. I'm going to appeal that. I'm going to appeal that stuff because I'm going to break it up. I'm ignorant and she's smart. I appeal the ruling that you say, yeah, she's right. I haven't even made my point yet. So I appeal the ruling that you teamed up with her like I'm right and y'all trying to get me out of here. I appeal. I was germane. She out of order. Because if you want to talk cross at me, I could got a lot I could say, so you don't want to give her an order.
Mr. Mays, please.
No, it's a miswording.
Mr. Mays.
I appeal the ruling of the
We
chair
understand.
that you check up with talking cross here.
So is there a second for Mr. Mays' appeal for him not being germane?
Madam Chair, I support.
All right. Supported by Tonya Burns. All righty, so we're...
Madam Chair, point of order. We got to appeal because if I start hollering back or saying something to the white woman, you going to check me. You ain't checking her, ain't warned her. I'll appeal your ruling not to do so in the middle of this.
The chair didn't rule anything, Mr. Mayor.
I called it to your attention. She said right there, this video, people looking, she was saying something to me. Out of order, didn't have a club. and you ain't warning her. She laughed.
All right, so.
Now she said, poor baby, I'm not your baby.
Mr. Mays.
She can't get nowhere.
So we.
My point of order,
Okay, hold on.
So she don't get no warning from hand gestures?
That's sexual making.
Audience, let's not yell out. You talking in public speaking.
keep watching, y'all.
So what is your point?
Madam Chair, she is stating and making condescending remarks about the first ward. You may not be able to hear from this end, but she is making remarks. I hope the first ward is happy with him, and she is talking over here. So we need to be fair. We need to be fair, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. So Ms. Worthy, I didn't hear anything, but if you are speaking without the floor like Mr. Mays has been doing all night, stop.
Point of order.
Go ahead.
I ain't been doing that all night. And if you wanna rule and do that, I'll appeal that, because I'm not gonna play the games with you as well.
So, as we continue to go to the meeting, we are at, Madam Chair, Madam Clerk.
We are in the appeal, Mr. Mays' time, and that's the appeal, that there was no motion needed for these additions.
Okay, thank you. So, go ahead, and that's Mr. Mays' time.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I'm about getting tired of it. I want the meeting to move on, but I want this public to know who you are. In between, I'm gonna wait, Madam Clerk. Can you stop the clock, because I'm talking to her. 2 minutes and 23 seconds is where I want to stop.
Go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, I have no fantasy that I can change Ms. Lewis' vote. I don't think I have a fantasy that I can change her behavior, but I did want to stop so she can hear what's being said. Y'all don't know her like I do. In between special affairs and city council meetings, the deputy chief of staff for Mayor Neeley is Ed Taylor. She's standing at the door with Ed Taylor, me and Claire McClinton getting on the elevator. Guess she gives me the finger.
Oh, no. Wow.
That's how nasty she is. Now here in between meetings, if I give her the finger or cuss her out, you gonna hear about it. But not only has she gave the finger, she done told this Bev stuff. She done talked about my mama. This is a nasty black lady. And she acted nasty.
What's your point?
This is not appropriate language for a professional meeting.
Yeah, Mr. Mays, so we are clarifying,
And part of my clarification is that you talking nasty to me in front of these people when I'm trying to make motions and get the business right in line with the clerk and in line with I know what procedure. I just started out by telling them how nasty and ignorant you are by giving me fingers and cussing and doing.
Mr. Mays, again, let's not call colleagues' names and also make up stories. Thank you.
I'm not making up stories. I'm telling the truth. When you stand before God, you admit yes or no whether I'm telling the truth. I'm telling the absolute godly truth. And if you denying that you did it, that's on you and whoever you pray to. But you did it, and then you come in here without the cussing and the finger, and you talking nasty to me and won't let me procedurally deal with it, how I think the motions and the business and the records should go. That's how it's relevant, Ms. Worthy. If you're nasty to me privately, getting on elevators, and then you come in here and you do the same thing with a certain tone, it's called bad decorum. It removed me for 30 days. So this ain't a petty issue when you see people discriminate and talk nice to y'all white folks and nasty to my black brother. It's serious business. It's called discriminatory, illegal activity and treatment. And Mr. Murray, you can all you want to clear your throat, but I'm here. Thank you so much.
Yes. Anyone else would like to speak?
Could you tell me where we at on this? Because we ain't even got to this agenda, so I need to know what I'm getting into.
So right now, this is an appeal. This is Mr. Mays' appeal. And this is his appeal for putting a motion.
This is really sad. Here we are, and we got into the meeting agenda at all. Judy Preistly did a vote in sequence. All we had to do was go down and add what we wanted to add on special affairs. She went down the list and started coming up with her resolutions. When she got done, anyone else of us could have went down and added a resolution or added something else to talk about. I wanted to add something else that wasn't on the resolution to talk about. When we hear, we ain't even got into the agenda. I'm telling y'all, and I'm gonna stick to what I say. This man done came back to city council and we can't get no business done. As long as he was gone, we was getting business done. And as long as he here, we go always keep on going down this road of these points of orders and points of request for information, and we ain't gonna get nothing done until we have the political will to override what he is trying to do. And in my opinion, it's an attempt to stall the meeting agenda. Now, for as much as we've been coming to these city council meetings, we've been able to get this stuff done. Now here we is in all of these appeals because he want to appeal something. One of my colleagues want to second his appeal, and here we are, and you have the right, because that's what democracy look like, to second his appeal. But here we are, and we still ain't even got no business done of the city hall, and we getting paid to sit here and go back and forth. The system is not fair.
Anyone else like to speak on the appeal? Ms. Byrne?
I have no idea where you're at. I have posted a whole topic for my residents while we were, I don't even know where we at. And I don't even care, to be honest. Because at this point, we have overcomplicated something that We need to figure, does it carry over from special affairs? That may have been the hardest decision to make. Do we carry over the items because the meeting was adjourned? But here's how we roll all that back. We are here for right now. So we all need to learn how to get along. And if you could please correct your tone is very abrasive. And when your tone is abrasive, it does set him off. And it is not the same treatment that you, and his tone can come back abrasive at you. So I'm fair with it. But then the other part is you do not share fairly. And I don't want to get in the weeds with that. And Councilman Murphy, sometimes I don't agree with Councilman Mays, but I want to give him the opportunity. It's you buck in your eyes. You buck in your eyes. See, that's
What did you want? You said right next to that foolishness, and you can't keep doing it. Now, if I start doing stuff at y'all, he gonna be the perfect and quickly murder, and you gonna say something. So my point of order is order and quit neglecting it to order.
Denied. Back to you, Ms. Byron.
So when our colleagues even say, if you're going to apply Rule 43.21, apply it to everybody.
Everybody.
That's what I'm saying. If you're going to apply 27.22, apply it to everybody. And you have to be fair. And that's what I would hope to see you do. And Councilman Murphy, I am not going to take the opportunity to light you up.
Wow! Woo! Yes, like.
I'm not.
From the other woman.
You get into stuff that is just ridiculous. Ridiculous. So I hope we can move on. I mean, it's wherever we are at this point, we need to vote on the agenda. And let's get on it. We don't like each other, take it outside. But y'all do say a lot of stuff outside in the elevators. I done heard. So I mean, let's not let it carry what you say outside and the dislike inside. And y'all need to leave that personal out there. This is the business. If you don't like me, I'm fine. When we get here, it needs to be about the business, and it's not. And your tone, and even Councilman May's tone can display that. Because you snap at you the chair. You set the tone of the meeting out entirely, and you're chairing two meetings. You're doing special affairs along with the council meeting. So for that duration on council, you're chairing. You gotta pull that back and take that high road, and in that way he won't snap. Because there were some things that you didn't understand that Councilman Phifer was saying, that you was saying, that Councilman Mays was saying, that you didn't get us the chair. So collectively, we're supposed to work together to figure out what to do. That's how it's supposed to work. We're supposed to figure out what to do and listen. So I don't know where we're at, but my colleagues, I got candy up here if y'all need it. So it's gonna be a long night.
Christ.
All right, anyone else like to speak on this bill? Anyone like to speak on this bill? All right, so seeing that no one else like to speak on this bill, I'll make my last opportunity. I believe this appeal was about putting a motion on the floor so we can move on. We were advised by Attorney Kelm that we did not need to do that, but Mr. May said that we do. And so, go ahead.
Nobody knows where we're at. Or to clarify, I don't know what that's about.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm ready to go get the mayor.
Yeah, can I hear you all when you speak? And can I see your face when you duck and you talk into the microphone? I want to see your face when you're talking.
Sir, you're out of order. Madam Clerk?
You are on the appeal that there is no motion needed to add agenda items.
Okay, so we are on an appeal that there is no motion needed.
I love you.
To add this agenda item. This is where we are. And so, because we are in everyone has the liberty of adding, we were advised by Attorney Kemp that we did not have to go through them all, that we can vote on them one by one, and that's what we were in the process of doing. So, if you would like to return the ruling of the chair, the ruling of the chair is we will go straight to the vote for everything on the special affairs agenda that we didn't cover. you will vote no. If you would like to overturn the ruling of the chair, you will vote yes. Roll call, Madam Clerk.
Mr. Murphy.
No.
Ms. Priestley?
No.
Ms. winfrey-carter?
Yes.
Ms. Burns?
I abstain because I don't know where we at.
Ms. mushatt?
No.
Mr. Phifer?
No.
Ms. Worthing?
No.
Mr. Mays?
Yes.
Ms. Lewis?
No.
The vote is 2 yes, 6 no, 1 abstention.
Vote is 2 yes, 6 no, 1 abstention. The vote of the chair is upheld. So now we're on our other appeal. That was from Mr. Mays, seconded by Ms. Burns. And it's about Mr. Mays not being germane. So, Mr. Mays, go ahead. And this is about Mr. Mays not being germane to his appeal. Go ahead.
Madam Chair, whether you're in a court of law or city council meeting or whether you're having a conversation out on the street, in order to determine whether a person is being germane, you have to listen to more than 1 or 2 sentences. You can't determine whether a person is germane by interrupting them after 20 seconds, or if they say that you, in this stage, get a thing to talk nasty and you're doing it as we try to take care of this business. You gotta wait till I say, as we try to take care of this business. You can't say he's not germane just because I'm saying you treat me nasty at the outset. Anybody with common sense will know you better listen to the whole thought before you make a ruling that a person is or is not germane. In court, the judge will tell you, I'm gonna give you a little latitude, but you might as well hurry up and make the point. Y'all be so busy, you and Miss Worthing and Murphy and some of them, and hear Murphy singing the song. We can't get no business done. I've been taking care of business for 9, 10 years before y'all got it. And gonna continue after some of y'all might very well be gone. That's just a bunch of poppycock. I seen an argument when I wasn't even in a council meeting. Poppycock. I hate to see people try to use me as scapegoats and they're ignorant when they do it. And stuff is recorded. And you protected them. That Miss Worthing over there sitting and taunting like she had hammered and teaching some kids, and the kids coming up to me telling me.
Point of order. What is your point? Jermaine, he's not Jermaine.
Yeah, if Mr. Mays, her place of employment has nothing to do with this.
Oh, yes, it does.
Please state Jermaine.
I'm Jermaine with her taunting and doing, and she's a teacher at Hamady, and the kids coming up to me.
Mr. Mays, again, you have been warned. Please, stay Jermaine.
I am Jermaine. Kids coming up to me,
Point of order.
13 years old.
Point of order.
What's your point?
Still alive. Please remain with Jean.
Mr. Mays, thank you.
Ms. Lewis, you done warned me publicly for repeated points of order. Kids coming up to
Point of order.
Mr. Worthing, what's your point?
I don't know how many times I'm gonna need to say this, because he's not saying Jermaine.
All right. So, Mr. Mays, you've been warned twice. Let's not bring up her appointment, so that will be
kids.
warning.
I'm gonna appeal that
That's
warning.
fine.
I can talk about kids talking about her to me and kids talking about you. So I appeal that you wanted me because I'm talking about Miss Worthing's behavior related to yours, and I'm gonna appeal.
So, there is an appeal on
Yeah.
the floor for Mr. Mays' warning for not being germane and bringing up his word in his workplace continuously. Is there support?
You gonna support?
No, I'm sorry.
I'll support.
Her lips are almost in the right.
All right, so. Winfrey-Carter.
Well, I can talk about kids telling me stuff about folks' behavior on this council. I can talk about grown folks telling me stuff about your behavior, Ms. Worthy. And you can warn me till the cows come home. Y'all can throw me out for a year because I'm telling you what kids in this community, children is telling me about y'all. And that's how I operate. Grown folks talking about you to me, Ms. Worthy, pastors. You done cussed the pastor out twice. Children coming up to me, you can't silence me about what this community is telling me about y'all. How dare you, and how dare her try to double team and restrict my freedom of speech and telling the truth about what folks telling me. I ain't studying you or her.
Madam Chair, Ms. Williams, what are we on right now?
So we are on an appeal that he was not being germane by talking about me being nasty.
Oh, so it's about you being nasty. My question to the council member is, are you on this council to move the city forward or just talk bad about everyone you don't like? Like, what is this, I mean, if we want to ask the residents, what is your purpose? What is your purpose? Let's start with that.
So what is your request?
Is she really asking me a question or she just making a comment? Because I'm on this council to weed out racism, discrimination, different treatment and all of that. That's part of my job.
That's enough. So anyone that doesn't agree with you is someone you would like to throw off this council. Is that productive to being a council member in which you're supposed to work together for moving the city forward?
If I may point out discrimination and racism and
it's discrimination that we don't agree with you. It's discrimination that we don't let you cuss at people, call them names, and we don't let you destroy this meeting. That's discrimination.
Request for information.
Mr. May?
Request for information. This word, ain't you the one that's recorded calling me a narcissistic asshole?
Mr. May, this morning.
I don't feel that second one.
Okay, this is great entertainment for your TikTok fans. But it is just absolutely painful for those of us that want to see ARPA funds being passed, people who want to do the work for this city. They've sat here for more than 4 hours listening to this crap. It's ridiculous. And if you're going to leave, stay gone.
Whoa, guys, just set it up, boys. There we go.
Anyone else want to speak? Hopefully we're not talking about breaking form. Anyone else would like to speak on this appeal? Go ahead.
The behavior and the name calling, and I'm gonna say on both sides, it has got to stop. And these meetings have to be, there's gonna have to be some reform. And it has to be distributed, it has to be evenly and fair. Too many times these meetings, they're not. And it is, I don't even know what time. It is 8:23. This meeting was supposed to start at 4:30. And y'all be getting digs in. The digs just keep coming. You're the senior councilman. And narcissistic a-hole. And then also the nasty white woman, black woman. So we gotta be fair. But y'all have got to figure out. This is why we do not have a council president at this time. We are absent of a council president. We are absent of leadership. And this is what you get, which is chaos. It's chaos. It's chaotic. And you cannot, I do not foresee how this council is going to be brought together with the leadership that we have. I don't see it. Because Councilwoman Lewis, and you over there See, this is the thing, you're cheering, I mean, come on now. Yeah, you just did it. You just did that. You didn't know, and warn her when she ever talk, it's so childish. Because she does this every single meeting. She talks underneath her breath. It's been okay for her to use microaggressions to call black people ghetto. She has done so much stuff, give people the fingers. Hit Jasmine Stanley.
Ms. Burns, let's stay germane.
I'm staying germane. Your behavior is germane because you just did it.
Point of order.
What is your point?
Ms. Lewis, you abusing that chair. If this appeal has to do with your nastiness, you can talk about it. And I will just watch y'all, see y'all mad because I'm trying to pass that resolution to get y'all out of here. And so we gonna call you nasty, and she is in order because the appeal has to do with your nastiness, giving things so your mother and
Mr. Mays, point of order denied.
Okay, I won't appeal that we call you nasty. I'll appeal that we can't call you nasty.
Proceed.
Your job is to ask point of order. If I appeal that we can call you nasty, you and word and you spoke and you say you overruling it, I can ask for an appeal.
That's fine, so would you like to appeal?
I have appealed it, that's
okay.
Does
it have a second?
Is there a second?
Is there a second? So since there's no second.
Okay. And see, she's still talking over that. Can you warn her? Can you warn her, please? Excuse me, Madam Chair, can you warn her because I have the floor?
It ain't no joke, Ms.
See,
Brown.
but you're still over here talking. Can you warn your colleagues?
You got too many witnesses today. Too many witnesses.
All right, so,
let's break it up, time. Let's go home. Wow! Get that up! Let's go home. Let's go home. Eloise! Mr. Tree! Trying to throw me out. She's trying to throw me out on my resolution for her and Quincy. Let's go home. Beat them at their own game.
See, it's a
game. You're saying it's a game.
That's not Jermaine right there. That's not Jermaine. That's not Jermaine. That's not Jermaine. It's a warning.
It ain't checkers, it's checks. It's checks. It ain't checkers. It ain't checkers, it's checks.
It's over. You might want to watch your mouth.
It ain't checkers, it's checks.
You're not in no recess.
Don't let it, no.
Break is over. It been broke when they got up out there.
You don't have a quorum. No, you don't have a quorum. You can't break quorum and come back. You can't break quorum and come back.
You can't break a quorum
and then come back. Yeah. You see the chair left.
Oh, so I can wait for my...
You ain't got no quorum. Look, you got 1, 2, 3.
All the people that got you.
Yeah, you ain't got no quorum. Yeah, she left.
It's over.
It's over. You can't make quorum back once the quorum is broken.
And some of the ignorant black
So it's over with now. So it's over with. Oh, you don't think so? I thought she gambled and found. Oh, she said, oh.
Okay.
Is it over?
Is it over? I think once they break,
up here.
Man, y'all can try to run this city illegally. My lawyers don't have all y'all. I ain't gonna get my top out. That shit. And you can't reset. This is a council meeting. You have to vote on the reset. This is council meeting.
So what the next time y'all gonna meet?
It's over.
I'm trying to sit down on the trolley car. That's all right. I need to be running on the trolley car.
That's it.
This is so weird.
We'll see you next time.
Didn't take a vote.
Candice trying too bad to try to come down on you. Girl, really, she went on. I hope you better be extra in here arrested. Deal with
the city council meeting is adjourned for lack of quorum.
Hi, Winters. I know, yes. Hi, I'm getting out of here. Oh, now I am. Oh, I'm civic. Oh, that's way back then. Oh, yeah. Yeah, you look familiar. I just know where I knew you from. Yep.
Javon's gonna give me a ride to get my car. Thank you. All right, guys. Good night.
My original